Welcome back, everybody, for our afternoon sessions on this third day of our amazing conference here. I'm Teresa Farnan. I'm co-founder of the Person and Identity Project. And for this panel, we are going to be discussing the right to life and some of the cultural and legal pressures to change the church teaching on abortion. Our keynote address is given by Helen Alvarez, and honestly, it's hard to think of a better choice for this keynote address because Helen has been at the forefront of the battle to protect the dignity of unborn human beings almost from the conception. She has been a leader and a beacon of light. I have to abbreviate her extensive biography, which is incredibly impressive, but you can find it at the link. But she is currently the Robert A. Levy Endowed Chair in Law and Liberty at the Antonin Scalia Law School and George Mason University. And I do want to highlight her recent books, Religious Freedom After the Sexual Revolution, A Catholic Guide, and Christianity and the Laws of Conscience. And with that, I'll turn it over to Helen Alvarez. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I so wish I could be with you in person and soak up everything that's happening there. But lots to deliver in content all the same. And thank you, Teresa, for that kind introduction. The Catholic Church has been at the center of the abortion debate in the United States, really since its beginnings in earnest in the 1960s, before Roe, and really ever since. Even as today, qua Catholic leaders, Catholics are not always the focus of attention in public discourse, even as many, perhaps even most of the leaders in the pro-life movement do profess the Catholic faith. What do I mean when I say that the church has been at the center of this discussion? I mean the church has set the terms of the conversation, the terms that have structured it really for 60 years. These include reliance on reason and human rights arguments, the provision of service to women in need, political organization and mobilization among citizens, and communicating the transcendent truths that actually complement but also illuminate and broaden the scope of reason. Again, this has remained true whether bishops or identifiably Catholic lay leaders are testifying before Congress, appearing on television, writing op-eds, or otherwise active in the public square. Now, this is an intelligent, inspiring, and promising method. Currently, it has run up against a level of unreason, and another too small a word for what's happening, a hard-heartedness of a new strength that really poses the question how we should move forward at this time. What I'm going to speak about has 4 parts here. I'm going to talk about how the church set the terms. And I know a lot of you have been involved in pro-life for an awfully long time. And probably you know some of this history. But I want to highlight the elements that the church has brought to the table while I go through it. I'm going to talk about not only how they set the terms, but because of how they set the terms, and for other reasons, the church has been and continues to be target number 1. I mean, even when you ask yourself sometime, wow, is the national church visible? Or are bishops visible? Is the church as church visible? We're target number 1, whether we're visible qua Catholic or not. Then I'm going to talk about how the church's role has changed somewhat in recent years. And then I'm going to talk about how, in light of Dobbs and what's happening in the United States, it needs to amplify and adjust its role. So I'm talking about how the church has been at the center of things for decades, really, around 60 years. How was this accomplished? I mean, even before Roe, it was bubbling up from the grassroots in local activism by Catholics and in local bishops and bishops' conferences that were considering legislation or rulemaking, who were making statements about science, about human rights, and about what good is, right, in a country that was more cohesive in its having religious belief at that time. It was fine to speak about how religion amplified reason and added additional reasons for opposing killing human beings. And these were more or less accepted. The efforts were amplified, of course, by the fact that Catholics in the United States are both empowered citizens because of being Americans, kind of mouthy. Every once in a while, I know when I would launch an effort, some of my friends in Rome, if I was working with the Pontifical Council, would say, "Oh my gosh, you're so visible, you're so loud in the United States on such and such an issue." For instance, when we were working on the Little Sisters of the Poor campaign regarding the contraception mandate. So combine Catholics in the US sense of empowerment as citizens with their sense of lay empowerment as Catholics, and you get a very active grassroots Catholic pro-life movement in the US. You probably know that the National Right to Life Committee was basically organized by the National Bishops' Conference. It was one particular bishop in the United States, mostly, who it was just a desk at the Bishops' Conference in Washington that was assisting all of these efforts that had themselves bubbled up naturally from the grassroots and assisting them to come together and be more of a national force. And doing that in particular with the leadership of some marvelous Catholic and expert doctors in particular who were found to be influential in the abortion debate from the very beginning. Doctors always had an outsized role. You then had the bishop's pastoral plan for pro-life activities in 1975, helping Catholics organize on a congressional district basis, sending out trainers from Washington to dioceses all over the United States to rouse up local qualified leaders of every kind, mothers and fathers, doctors, teachers, etc., making intelligent arguments and taking advantage of their knowledge of the locale to be intelligent local leaders. You then had, in continuing through the 1980s and the 90s, the force of nature that was John Cardinal O'Connor. Okay, he embodied this combination of charitable outreach, mobilizing people, human rights, reasonable arguments, and illumination from Catholic sources. We discover that he was motivated by his presence at the death camps of World War II to have this profound conversion to his need to be a voice for human life in a profound way at this time. You could find him any Sunday on the steps of St. Patrick's Cathedral, willing to meet all and sundry who wanted to meet him, including the press sometimes. You may remember his bold statements on abortion, his pulling together not only the most wonderful religious order on the subject, the Sisters of Life, at a time when who thought you could found a religious order in the United States. His response to threats of violence at abortion clinics by saying, "Shoot me first." His standing up to every legal and cultural assault on pro-life, an absolute force of nature that kept abortion as an issue and the Catholic Church as a player from coast to coast on Americans' mind. Throughout this, Catholics could still rely in the United States on a broad sense that the court in Roe versus Wade in 1973 had strayed very far from the convictions of decent, ordinary Americans. But you also had, and this should never be forgotten in the political genius that was the final achievement of the Dobbs opinion, it should never be forgotten how many intellectuals were all along so active in the pro-life movement, writing in leading journals, writing books. And, you know, many, if not most of them, were Catholic intellectuals who knew never to be afraid of reason, and always that it and faith had a beautiful interlocking relationship on the pro-life issue. And this was happening even as sort of the noose of the association of pro-abortion with feminism was getting stronger and stronger and trying to choke out every other voice. Then, of course, you had the papacy of John Paul II, who boosted the visibility of the pro-life cause worldwide and very much in the United States. Everybody acknowledged that he was just a brilliant man, a brilliant philosopher and theologian. Also passionate, particularly showing these traits in his 1995 encyclical Evangelium Vitae, where he spoke about a culture of death, a term that even leading US secular newspapers had to acknowledge had chillingly characterized the times that we were living in. He identified the roots of the culture of death, a culture's rejection of reason and truth, and also its rejection of suffering as possibly useful or redemptive. And he described how these resulted in the current status of abortion in what I think is one of the most accurate, at the same time chilling descriptions of what we had embraced when we embraced legal abortion. He says that we took something that had always been considered, a great moral wrong and also a legal wrong, that we had embraced the killing of human beings, not only no longer as a wrong, but as a cherished right, a killing of them at a time of their greatest vulnerability, and embraced the killing by persons who were charged to be their greatest protectors, right? The mother, the medical profession. Then, of course, in response to Evangelium Vitae, you had in 1995 the U.S. Bishop's pastoral letter, Faithful for Life. It's one of my favorites. I remember when it came out. I remember sitting at the kitchen table with the first draft of it and reading it dramatically to my late husband, and just absolutely ecstatic about how it had captured the times and responded to them appropriately. Faithful for Life put abortion in the context that anyone with human rights sympathies, anyone who could see the church for what she is and was and will be, which is the defender of the human person and of reason, it put it in that context. It posed the abortion issue as part of the church's Good Samaritan imperative. It blended common sense and human experience with scriptural truths, with its famous words, which I actually had put into a poster, which is still in my office to this day. It said, "We are all traveling from Jerusalem to Jericho, and the Good Samaritan story haunts us because it flatly contradicts the persuasion so strongly held today that our loyalties and obligations are owed only to those we choose. On the contrary, we owe fidelity to those we choose, and beyond them to others we do not choose. It is we who have been chosen to go out of our way for them." It flips the script on pro-choice in a brilliantly Catholic way. Despite how many and how diverse pro-life efforts have been in the US, so many wonderful groups led by so many different people, capturing so many different parts of the public sentiment. Despite all of this, abortion advocates always knew that the church was target number one. Why have we been target number one, even again, as so many brilliant efforts have moved in the last 50, 60 years? Well, I think partly in the beginning, because for those of you who can cast your mind back to, the 60s, the 70s, the Catholic Church, had grown tremendously. Being Catholic and intellectual was now a thing, right? We weren't just these, masses of immigrants who had not yet had a chance to benefit from higher education. We were in the U.S., as if we had nothing to do with the great genius of Catholic intellectual tradition in Europe. No, we were just the immigrants who had come, the Johnny-come-latelys in the U.S. But things were changing. Catholic and intellectual was a thing. Notre Dame, Hesburgh, our presence in the civil rights movement, Catholics, Catholic priests, Catholic sisters, Catholic intellectuals were very much a part of that. Our presence in the debate over just war, our discussion about the US economy and the economic pastoral, the massive size and network of Catholic educational and healthcare and now social services institutions. Just the pictures alone of the size of the first communion classes exiting Catholic schools in the 1950s and 60s in particular. The church's great intellectual tour de force of Vatican II. Fulton Sheen, the most popular television show in the US many years, until 1968, when he was still on, a primetime television. There was also the articulation of the consistent ethic of life, with respect for human life and our rejection of killing of the unborn at its foundation. And we put our money where our mouth is, right? With our services to the poor and the desperately needy in the United States. I'll never forget when I was hired to work on the Bishop's Pro-Life public campaign by Cardinal O'Connor in 1990, going on television, and it was the opening show, the opening story on Good Morning America, Today, all of these major networks. I was on Charlie Rose, the NewsHour, et cetera. And they kept saying to me, because of course they were looking for any port in a storm to say that our work on abortion was wrong and stupid, why are you spending so much money on this? And I said, well, at that time, we had, I think, 1.6 million abortions a year. And I said, we're talking about a couple of dollars a life. Is that too much for you? Is that too much for you to spend a couple of dollars per human life and then put that in context of what the church spends on human life from womb to tomb in the United States? Many, many dollars per human life. Is that too much for you? We had the credibility of being a large social services organization that also firmly articulated the right of the unborn not to be killed. We were also highly skilled advocates and intellects, okay? Again, never forget the intellectual heft that was poured into the pro-life cause, the books, the law review articles, the medical journals, the cultural and sociological observations. We were experts in our own fields. We were what Etienne Gilson talked about in Intelligence in the Service of Christ, bringing our expertise to bear on the issue in the arena in which we had the authority to speak. I think of two of my colleagues in particular at the U.S. Bishops' Conference, Richard Dorflinger, an absolute master of the medical, philosophical, theological, and political sources, the master of the footnote, the master of an office full of sources, primary sources from every one of these disciplines. I think of Mark Gallagher, an absolute master of legislative strategy and bill drafting. These people were frightening not only because they were experts, but because they told the truth, and because you could not out-footnote or outsource these people, and because they were not motivated by money or prestige, but strictly for principle. These are frightening advocates if you are on the other side. But also, of course, abortion advocates targeted the Catholic Church because in the context of the United States, an increasingly individualist, materialist, economics first culture, the church was an attractive target for negative publicity. It was deemed to be male, celibate, and therefore anti-woman in a culture increasingly assuming that women are not equal unless they're identical to men. It was deemed undemocratic with its insistence that God is first, that there is papal authority. It was considered undemocratic in its insistence that Jesus was the path of salvation versus any private subjective path that a person might articulate for themselves in the United States. It was attackable because you could pit one Catholic against another. Hey, they'd say, how about all those Catholics, not to mention vowed priests and religious, who left the church over Humanae Vitae? What about that internal turmoil? It was attackable because in the public mind, we were liable to the claim that if we were really pro-life, we would be standing in the streets and handing out birth control. And because our doctrines on sex, marriage, and parenting were increasingly rejected by the culture. Also because the public and even many Catholics did not understand the relationship between faith and reason, or our insistence that reason was always our greatest friend. And these impressions were more pronounced and more thrown at the church as the 1970s and 80s progressed. I always say to people, don't forget that the 1970s and 80s were the real 60s, right? Everybody talks about the wild 60s. These things really bore fruit in the 70s. Think about it. From 1965 in the Griswold versus Connecticut decision, saying that, okay, there's a constitutional right of married folks to have access to contraception because marriage is a sacred institution and the marital bedroom is private, to 1972 saying, well, marriage is not a unity. It's two individual people, says the Supreme Court, with making individual decisions about whether or not to bear or beget children. And then that language being used in 1973 to invent a constitutional right to abortion. Then no-fault divorce having swept the United States by the mid-70s. Then you have 1978, right? The first test tube baby and experiments already being done on sperm, eggs, embryos in the United States. So, you know, and by the 1980s, you've gone from 5% out of wedlock birth rate from the 1960s to 25%, which then turns into 33% in the 90s and 40% as we hit the 21st century. Okay. Beginning in the late 80s, and for a while, it became impossible for me when I was on an airplane running somewhere to do something pro-life for the church to say in response to the "what do you do for a living?" to tell people what I did without silencing 6 aisles on either side of me, because the issue of the church's pro-life position was so controversial and so on the disapproved side of the powers that be in the US. And the targeting was often quite explicit. Those of you will remember the discussion by the late abortionist turned pro-lifer Bernard Nathanson, that he and Larry Lader founded the National Abortion Rights Action League on the premise that if you made the church the target, you could win. And all the way till today, when the US bishops recently voted in their new leaders of the Bishops' Conference in Washington, what was the New York Times story? That Archbishops Broglio and Lori are stalwart pro-lifers. Think of all the things you could say about these archbishops and their role in the church. And their focus is that they are strong pro-lifers. Think about how, when the Dobbs decision came down, the focus on how many Catholics were in the opinion on the pro-life side. I can tell you, I've been in debates in the last several months on the Dobbs issue. And by the way, they still must think that they have a lot to fear, because they always put me 1 against 3, 1 against 2. You know, it's me versus NYU and Yale. It's me versus professors from 3 or 4 institutions, you know, and they think that's fair. And when they introduced me, it's Catholic this, Catholic this, Catholic that. Nothing about my scholarship generally, whereas they always focus on that with the person on the other side, as if they wish to characterize me as a person who, because she has faith, has no reason. Now, the church has held up, has remained strong throughout this. It has stuck to its guns, its central human rights arguments, its illumination of reason with faith. Not without a little bit of internal division from time to time. And no, I am not thinking of Catholics for a Free Choice, which has no Catholic funding, no members to speak of, and is really funded by outside organizations for the purpose of getting lines in the New York Times that say, Catholics for a Free Choice says. It's kind of like their whole modus and their whole purpose in life. Now, it did happen from time to time, and I saw this a lot in the 1990s when, you know, we hadn't begun to achieve some of the legal and cultural, more pro-life victories of the early 21st century, that some bishops or clergy or religious got on the secular bandwagon, the accusations that the church was obsessed with sex and abortion. And, you know, they really wanted to say, oh, these issues aren't that important. There's really so many other things that that are important to the church, and I wish we could discuss these. I won't go into details here, but as a person who was out in the diocese sometimes up to 100 days a year and sort of really hearing what was going on the ground, you will notice that more than a few of the bishops who have themselves been accused of improper activity or for covering up sexual abuse in their own dioceses were often the very same who declared that the church was obsessed with abortion and needed to move on to other issues at this time, right? I would often end up with these particular bishops in one diocese having to justify to the Catholic audiences there that their own bishops or a bishop in another diocese was not undermining us. It was a tricky thing to do. This didn't just create division in the church, but it gave the impression that if you were working on the abortion issue, somehow you were opposed to the consistent ethic of life, that you were obsessed, that you really didn't care about people after they were born. And of course, no one has ever asked any advocate on any issue to be a jack of all trades and master of none. I certainly do not accuse anyone working on the issues of capital punishment or poverty, et cetera, of being illegitimate because they're not experts on the abortion issue. Now, what's the church's situation in the debate in recent years? In the last couple of decades, I would say you will see the less presence of bishops nationally, on the national stage, though particular bishops and Catholic churches are very visible in their particular states. There has been a desire of the dioceses, the National Bishops' Conference, to have laypersons more front and center. I think I'll talk about what I think in the very end about, I think the presence of both religious and lay together is a more effective strategy. There's been more of a stressing recently of our social services to women in need, perhaps more than a full-throated human rights argument about the sort of the horror of advocating a right to kill folks. I just don't think, I think it's really important to bring to people's mind the horror of people jumping up and down and sending balloons in the air and lighting up buildings with pink colors, when what we're talking about is crushing human life at the other end of technological instruments. I think that horror, without intending to slap people with it or to be grotesque, just to bring that horror to mind, always needs to be front and center. I think there's been a lot of outreach to Catholics who are already practicing to get them to consolidate, to be active in the pro-life movement, and less outreach on the grounds of reason to folks beyond the Catholic Church. At the same time, there's been this gigantic rise in lay Catholic female leadership of virtually every pro-life group of outsized importance in the United States, who demonstrate the same blend of elements and strengths that characterize Catholic engagement all along: reason, human rights, political organization, charitable aid, and transcendent truths. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't pay particular attention to one very important Catholic layman, among others, Justice Alito, who, channeling Etienne Gilson's intelligence in the service of Christ in a brilliant way in his constitutional arena, brought to bear precisely on the constitutional question his expertise that takes into account not only the classical elements of constitutional analysis of the 14th Amendment's Liberty Clause, but attention to reason and human rights. Finally, let me talk a little bit about the new situation post-Dobbs. Many of us have been out there in this, in the public arena since Dobbs came down. And I would have to say, and I wonder if the rest of you think similarly, the rising up, the sole presence of the argument for women's autonomy with absolute disregard for the human life on the other end of the abortion instruments has been, I think, at a new and frightening level. I've written a law review article that'll be out in the Houston Law Review early next year, looking over the dissent in Dobbs, which is very much a blueprint for what we're seeing in public activity. No mention of the child. Absolute shrill insistence that women have no freedom or equality in the public square if they do not have absolute freedom regarding abortion. Not the slightest interest in what women actually think, in what women's experience with abortion has been. Absolutely excluded. The only evidence that we are allowed to rely on, according to dissent, is the opinion of people already convicted that abortion is the path of human rights for women. This has been my experience in debates on National Public Radio, at 3 or 4 different law schools. They feel a license no longer to consider the child whatsoever. We also have in our midst more violence, groups like Jane's Revenge and others. We also have abortion advocates claiming that abortion has political traction, as demonstrated by recent elections, where the presence of huge pro-abortion money in elections also gave rise to victories. The church response. We always knew reason was important, but it's never all. We know that we are living in an age of unreason. Father Newhouse wrote in First Things, I remember in the 1990s at some point, wouldn't the philosophes of the French Revolution be absolutely horrified to wake up and to discover that the greatest defender of reason in the 20th century was the Catholic Church? Many of you have been following the wonderful writing of Professor Margaret McCarthy, who is very fond of talking about G.K. Chesterton's quotation that, fires will be kindled to demonstrate, very basic things. I think what's the line that Chesterton uses? The great march of mental destruction will go on. Everything will be denied. Everything will become a creed. It is a reasonable position to deny the stones in the street. It will be a religious dogma to assert them. This is where we are. I think at this point, despite always relying on reason, we need to do two things. One, to talk about how abortion never was a single issue, never will be. It's always about what Francis called an obsession with the culture of the temporary, of a lack of commitment. It's always a denial that something other than myself is responsible for creation. It is always simply a denial that when faced with respect for any human life at any stage, we simply have to stand down. We may not kill, we must respect. Abortion represents a fear of the future. It represents a buckling under to economism, consumerism, materialism, to denying that science has ethical implications. We have enough human experience to generate sympathy for this understanding that abortion is never a single issue, and we have to talk about this. And finally, we really always, and I think even more now, have to pair this with revelation, illuminating reason, with the fact that what people are putting their faith in is never enough. It will always run out, that there is no hope, there is no future, there is no love, there is no abundant life in the path that they are taking, but rather the abundant life is the radical love, the love that respects the sacred body, the love that respects creation, the love that puts God's first. I think we're going to have to be more radically visible and vocal about our faith at the same time that reason is firmly in our corner. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And again, I'm looking forward to seeing many of you when you come back from Rome and learning more about everything that happened. Thank you for the opportunity and goodbye.
Thank you, Helen. That was amazing, and very inspiring too, because it really gave us a good sense of how strong the church can be in leading us on these issues, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate all of your efforts, so God bless. Thank you. All right. Our next speaker will be Gregor Popink. Did I pronounce that correctly? Gregor, is he in here? All right. Gregor will be discussing the 5 paths of conscientious objection in medicine. And while he is coming in, I will give a brief bio because I'm sure he doesn't need to hear his own biography. Gregor is the director of the European Center for Law and Justice. In 2016, he was appointed a member of the panel of experts on the freedom of religion or belief of the OSCE ODIHR, whose role is to support the OSCE participating states in implementing their commitments on the right to freedom and religion. Since 2000, he has regularly served as an expert representing the Holy See in committees of the Council of Europe, currently in the Committee of Experts on the System of the European Convention on Human Rights. And he's lectured on human rights, international and constitutional law at the Law School of the Universities of Mulhouse and Strasbourg. His graduate degree is a doctorate with a dissertation entitled The Author of the Bioethical Norms. And so he is a tremendous choice to discuss the 5 paths of conscientious objection in medicine.
So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Merci beaucoup Jane, Adolphe pour l'organisation de cette conférence. C'est un plaisir. It's a pleasure I start in French just to wake up you a bit. C'est un plaisir d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Vous pouvez prendre votre café. Have your coffee, please. If Guillaume can bring me a coffee as well, it would be nice. And so thank you very much. I hope you'll wake up. So Of course, it's a fascinating conference. Very pleased to have all those discussions. I'm pleased to be with you as well. Although I give another conference at 3 o'clock in Paris through Zoom. So I need to be before 3 in my room. This is why I apologize. Anyway, the discussions are very interesting. We could say many things. Maybe for the proceedings, I will propose to Jen a text on the circumstances of the drafting, and the opposition to Humanae Vitae, because this is also part of work I've done in the past, and we have discussed on the role of University Notre Dame, for example, in the dissent to Humanae Vitae, and the links between Notre Dame and the Rockefeller Foundation in that time. So it was, merci beaucoup. Those questions are very interesting. Merci beaucoup, Guillaume. Is also almost a brother, so we can. So those things are very interesting, and maybe if Jane is interested, I can share those historical elements. Although, as being more in the legal field, as a director of the European Center for Law and Justice, I'm more working usually on the application of law. On the issues of medical ethics, abortion, contraception, and so on, conscientious objection is increasingly important and central in the reality of the Catholic faithful. And it is important for the Church as well to articulate and to have a proper understanding of what is conscientious objection. Of course, we have discussed yesterday conscience, so maybe my topic could have been introduced within yesterday's panel on conscience. It's very central. It's central for the Church, it's central for the faithful who are in the position. What I've seen in court regarding conscientious objection, although among Christians, maybe more among Protestants than Catholics, is the real difficulty to demonstrate the truth of conscientious objection. Because, as it has been said yesterday, conscience is understood as separate from reality, as something like self-identification, like almost synonymous to autonomy. And it's difficult for the Christians lawyers to explain why we should have conscientious right without falling within a pure kind of absolute relativism, which means that any kind of convictions, belief, should have a right to object to the law. So it's heavily difficult for lawyers, for judges, to distinguish, first to find the foundation of conscientious objection, because the abstract, individualistic or subjective understanding of conscience does not permits to oppose strongly injustice to a legal order, because you would oppose subjectivism to positivism, and at the end, positivism is a law, so it wins, it shall win. And also, moreover, it's also very difficult to distinguish between convictions. Which are the convictions that are worth respect and not? The difference, between refusing to perform an abortion for a medical doctor and refusing to drink a tea for a Mormon. Mormon, his religion forbids drinking tea. So what is the difference between being forced to drink tea or Coca-Cola or coffee and being forced to perform abortion? And why? The same equation also is applied to vaccination and so on. So there is a real difficulty as well to distinguish between convictions. And moreover, this difficulty also relies on the fact that we mix morality and religion. Some persons will say, I object to objection because of abortion, because of my religion. But maybe it's sufficient to say I object because of morality, morals. Morals is universal. So there is a difference between objecting eating beef on Friday and objecting performing abortion. Eating beef on Friday is not unjust by itself. It's impious, but not unjust. Walking on Sunday is not unjust by itself. It's a lack of piety. Whereas performing an abortion is unjust. It's not a matter of religion. So there are many mix on the issue of conscientious objection, regarding the understanding of conscience, regarding the variety of convictions, the various natures of the convictions, and it's almost impossible for a secular judge to assess what is correct, what is not. Should he permit a baker, to refuse to produce such pastries, or should he permit a civil servant to refuse to perform some acts, and so on? Is very difficult. So on this matter, I published already an essay, a book published by Brill in 2016 on conscientious objection and human rights. And this essay tried to go through the criteria on what is conscience, what is objection, what is convictions, which kind of convictions, and how the state should behave in front of various kinds of convictions. My belief is that the state has more duties towards moral convictions than toward religious convictions, because the moral convictions is expressed in the name of justice, whereas a religious conviction is asked in the name of freedom. If you ask respect for your religious conviction, you ask respect of your religious freedom. But if you ask respect for your moral conviction, you ask respect of justice. So it's a difference, freedom of justice and justice. But this thinking was already published in 2016, but I think it's not sufficient. It's not sufficient to elaborate a criteria of analysis. Therefore, I completed this analysis with a historical approach, looking not only at the individual situation, as like we usually do. We look to the situation of one individual, but looking more broadly on what are the avenues, what are the possibilities offered to conscientious objectors today in a broader perspective, in a historical perspective, looking especially at the change of the finality of the profession. So the question of the finality of the profession. So if cases of objection are multiplying today, this is not the result of progress in the integrity of the conscience of the individuals, but rather of an upheaval of several professions, which is itself the result of anthropological upheavals. We shall first observe that the current phenomenon of conscientious objection in the medical field is one of the consequences of the recent assignment of non-therapeutic purposes to medicine. Then we will explain in the second step what are the 5 paths identified to resolve the resulting case of conscience might be. So first, shortly, let's see the fact that medical professions, but it's true as well for other professions, medical professions can be torn between contradictory goals. And this is the reason of conscientious objection phenomenon, of the phenomenon. Shortly, the deontology. We know that any activity is determined by its purpose, which merge with its accomplishment. Ethics describes the duties that apply to the practice of a profession according to its specific purpose. In the medical field, deontology is associated with Hippocrates, yet it does not need to be formalized in writing to exist, because it's a matter of morality. Already, long before Hippocrates, in the time of captivity in Egypt, the book of Exodus tells us and recalls the refusal of midwives to carry out Pharaoh's order to kill all the firstborn males of the Hebrews. This happened before Moses. This was before Moses, and therefore before the revelation of the Decalogue. Natural morality and traditional precepts were sufficient to object to such a manifestly unjust order. In the medical field, deontology traditionally ensures that the purpose of medicine, which is to heal, is respected by those who practice it. This is the therapeutic purpose of medicine. The physician must practice their art with conscience, that is to say, by always seeking to accomplish the good of medicine, namely this therapeutic purpose, taking into account the circumstances of the situation. This purpose is what authorizes the physician to harm a person's physical integrity. The service of medicine requires that the physician be free to refuse a request if they consider that they cannot practice their art in a dignified manner, which is to say, in accordance with its purpose. Many legislation do have a kind of general conscience clause that refers to the right of a doctor to refuse care for professional or personal reason. So a general clause of conscience, which is not specifically addressed to abortion. Such refusals of care generally result from a material impossibility for the practitioner to carry out the requested act, due, for example, to a lack of time, equipment, or qualification. Thus, a physician's right to refuse to respond to a request serves to protect the proper practice of medicine. In principle, therefore, based on this general right to refusal, there is no need for other conscience clause specific to certain acts that would be added to this general clause, except if we want to give to this protection a kind of special value in the Constitution or in the law. So what I want to say is deontology is sufficient to justify conscientious objection of the medical practitioners because they have the duty to perform their art in a dignified way, which means according to its therapeutic purpose. If they cannot do so for any reason, they must abstain. They must object. Since the second half of the 18th century, an abundant literature, which can be described as materialist, has proposed another purpose for medicine than curing. Medicine was then seen by some as a branch of biology whose objective should be broader and more ambitious than the act of curing. The new medicine should aim to improve man, perceived as incomplete and therefore perfectible. We find traces of this ideal, of course, in Descartes, and I will jump a bit, as well as in the French medical doctor and philosopher Cabanis, which declared, for example, that the physical study of man can permit the improvement of human being. He invited rulers to perfect the shapeless work of nature, to work on the improvement of the human species by carrying out the improvement of social organization and individual organization. This ideal of improving man through medical science took several forms. The main form, of course, that we know is eugenics. This eugenics was implemented broadly in the last century, as it's still implemented, in order to select, sterilize, eliminate people, in order to ameliorate the human species. Through eugenics, doctors abandoned and violated the Hippocratic oath in order to adhere to a new conception of man and science. These practices were often clandestine, but not always. Interestingly, during the Nuremberg trials, some Nazi doctors, as you all know, were condemned in the name of the classical moral law synthesized in the Nuremberg Code, which they had previously rejected by adhering to eugenics. So we can say simply that within the Nuremberg trials, we have the opposition between two deontology, between two visions of the purpose of medicine. The classical one, that was recalled within the Nuremberg Code, so the so-called Nuremberg Code that synthesize the principles of bioethics, of what we call today the principles of bioethics, which are the principles of classical deontology, and the eugenic deontology, we could say. There is an opposition between those two. Professor Karl Gebhardt, who was one of the heads of the Nazi doctrine, who was sentenced to death for crimes against humanity after having performed experiments on prisoners in concentration camps, declared in his defense, and in the defense of other doctors, I quote, he declares that the doctor does not have to perform the sole therapeutic function, but he is also a researcher, a scientific experimenter, and a servant of the state. He cannot therefore be subject to general and absolute ethical rules, to a sort of natural law of the medical profession. He added, the so-called Hippocratic oath is now presented to us as an immutable medical ethic. I think I can say, on the contrary, that every ethic depends on its time, on the situation, and on the scale of values in which it is included. Clearly, two opposite purposes for medicine are confronting, and the Nuremberg trial had to decide which one is the true. The judges considered indeed that this moral law, classical one, is universal and timeless because it is natural, and that it was therefore binding on doctors who had a moral duty to object. A moral duty to object. Objection is primarily a duty, to refrain from performing the acts in question. The judge considered in substance that the traditional Hippocratic conception of medicine is a matter of natural law, that it is morally superior to the eugenic line, and that its respect is imposed even against positive law. In other words, the Nuremberg judges considered the Nazi doctors, condemned the Nazi doctors for not having exercised their conscience in a proper way, and hence not having objected to inhuman practices. In Nuremberg, conscientious objection is therefore proclaimed as a duty. A duty. Those judges, those doctors, and other persons were sentenced for not objecting. Following Nuremberg, several bodies have strongly reaffirmed the therapeutic purpose of medicine and the ethical obligation that flow from it. This was the case still in 1977 in the Oviedo Convention of the Council of Europe, which, for example, recalled the principle of the primacy of the human being over the sole interests of society or science. However, as you all know, the modern ideal of biological control of the human being was not destroyed in Nuremberg. It continued to be carried philosophically by the same materialist current and developed considerably thanks to scientific progress. This ideal of control of the human being was no longer presented directly in the crude guise of brutal eugenics, but in a liberal, progressist, and hedonistic way, as we know. But the ideological continuity between those two movements of eugenics, before and after eugenics, is very clear. There is a continuity before and after Nuremberg, especially when we look to the speeches and the life of the actors of eugenics during the 20th century, such as Julian Huxley. In the second half of the 20th century, it was through the legalization of contraception and the attribution to medical doctors of the responsibility of prescribing it that medicine abandoned, once again, the exclusively therapeutic character of its purpose. It is contraception that, once again, introduced a non-therapeutic purpose within medicine. In France, for example, until 1999, the French law said that the integrity of the human body can only be violated for a therapeutic necessity. And in 1999, it was changed in for a medical purpose. So it's very clear in the law. In 1999, we take out therapeutic necessity, and it's replaced by medical purpose. Medical is much broader than therapeutic. Since then, the legislature has authorized many other non-therapeutic practices, such as sterilization for contraceptive purpose in 2001, then purely cognitive research on human beings in 2004, research on the human embryo in 2013, and so on. So the abandonment of the therapeutic purpose of medical acts allows biomedical techniques to be used for various purposes. Thus, new purposes were added to medicine, such as contraceptive, aesthetic, scientific, and so on. Even the more global purpose of improving the human condition. These new purposes allow for the violation of bodily integrity for non-therapeutic purposes, and sometimes even without direct benefit to the person. However, as they still fall within the old framework, and this is important, those new purposes still fall within the old framework of therapeutic medicine. These new non-therapeutic practices take the form of legal exceptions to the principles and rules previously informed. This is why we will speak of exception of abortion, exception of euthanasia, exception of sterilization. But these exceptions are unique in that they are radically opposed to the rule they derogate from, because the old principle and the new exception express two different conceptions of medicine. Thus, two different and often opposing conceptions of the purpose of medicine coexist within the same legal provision. Usually and normally, an exception to a principle is aimed at the same purpose as the principle. Thus, for example, the prohibition of killing is not contradicted by the exception of self-defense, because the latter aims to guarantee the prohibition of being killed. So the exception is aimed at the same principle, same goal as the principle. Normally, this is always the case. There is an objective problem when the exception is not aimed at accomplishing the purpose of the principle. It is not the case with allowing euthanasia, which is not intended to guarantee the prohibition of killing, of course. Regarding abortion, and this is what we discussed at lunch, only an act aimed at avoiding the death of the mother can be seen as an exception that is in some respect in the line with the purpose of the principle of protection of life. On the other hand, an abortion, insofar as it is aimed at another hand, is not consistent with the purpose of the principle from which it derogates. In the latter case, these derogations pursue another purpose, that is of controlling life in the case of abortion or euthanasia and so on. Therefore, the law can be split between opposite purposes and introduce disorder. This introduces disorder in the law and in the logic. The coexistence of these contradictory aims causes disorder not only in medicine but also in the law, which loses its coherence. The law becomes contradictory and the old principles and prohibitions become purely symbolic. This is interesting because the exceptions then concentrate in themselves the effectiveness of the law. With such contradictory provision, it is the exception that becomes the most important element. The prohibition is just merely at the end symbolic. It is the exception that is operative. Such a situation of disorder is contrary to the nature of the law and cannot reasonably be allowed to continue. Therefore, the lawyers will always try to find coherence within the law. What can be the outcome of this contradiction, not only at the collective level, but also at the individual level? For this contradiction has repercussion on individuals who find themselves torn between two conceptions of their profession. What happens when a professional disagrees with a new purpose imposed on their profession? when they believe, for example, that the therapeutic purpose of medicine prohibits them from using their art to end a life. The defenders of the conscience clause are in a very difficult situation because they cannot effectively invoke the previous conception of their profession, the therapeutic conception of medicine, against the new one, because this argument has already been lost politically by the decriminalization or by the legalization of the practices in question. This would be invoking the past against the future, which is unacceptable in contemporary Western culture. The defenders of the conscience clause are then generally reduced to invoking the liberal arguments of individual freedom, of conscience, and tolerance. Yet this argument places them in contradiction with their own principles, since the liberal conception of freedom and of conscience is subjectivist and relativistic, whereas the objectors, on the other hand, believe that they have an objective moral duty. By asking to be tolerated in the name of freedom of conscience, objectors then renounce the objectivity and rationality of their moral conviction. Moreover, those who object on moral grounds are often equals with religious or worship grounds. And therefore, their moral objection may be perceived as irrational because we have lost the sense of the rationality of the conscience and because we mix morals and religion. So what are the possibilities for the objectors? I have identified 5 possibilities, 5 paths. The first of them is to invoke respect for the conscience clause in the name of subjectivism. A first temporary solution to this disorder consists in seeking an accommodation by guaranteeing to the supporters of the former therapeutic purpose of medicine the right or faculty not to participate in the act. From this point of view, of those who believe that medicine as a branch of the technoscience must serve the progress of the human condition, such an objection is an accommodation. It is destined to disappear as the new conception of medicine takes hold and replaces the previous one. So the subjective approach of conscientious objection, asking to be tolerated, is accepted only as a temporary accommodation, so that the mind of the person accept to the new purposes of medicine. So it is seen as transitory. This is an approach that can be described as progressive, in that recognition of the right to object would serve to accompany the adaptation of individuals to moral progress. The second approach is invoking respect for the conscience clause by confronting liberalism with its own demand. A liberal society can be defined by the fact that it has 2 levels of morality that coexist within it. One is a social level marked by mutual tolerance and a private level of intimacy. This is how members of parliament who are privately hostile to abortion. Is it already the time? Okay. Would agree to vote abortion, although they are personally against. This double level of morality is based on the idea of tolerance. There should be a moral tolerance within the society. This tolerance is possible, is made possible because of the coexistence of the 2 levels, the individual life and the social life. You may have your personal opinions, but at the social level, you must be tolerant. And the coexistence of the 2 levels facilitate having a liberal society. It's quite easy for members of parliament to say that I will be tolerant and I will allow such practice like euthanasia or abortion. But the problem comes when those two levels of morality confront in one single person. For the medical doctor, for the physician, those two levels of morality are in himself. So will conflict in himself. Because he is the one who, on the one hand, receives the order from the social morality, and on the other hand, has his own personal morality. And therefore, the pacific coexistence of the two levels of morality may conflict for the person, for the minority of those who have the duty to accomplish the act itself. Therefore, those persons may require from the liberal society the right to object, so that the liberal society does not become intolerant towards those who experience the conflicts of the two levels of morality. A third path is to restore the link between objection and justice. This third path was presented in the essay published by Brill, I told you before, which tries to find the proper criteria of a proper objection, which tries to distinguish between the various kinds of convictions and objections, and therefore deduce the duties of the state. Those deductions were made mainly based on the case law and on the general moral philosophy. What we can say in this matter is, first, it is important to distinguish between moral convictions and religious convictions that are not the same and should be treated differently by the civil authorities. A second element to identify the value of an objection is to see if it respects three criteria, which are closely interconnected. One of the criteria is to see if the objection purpose is the respect of a good. Does the objection purpose is the respect of a good? In law, a good can be identified quite easily with the respect of fundamental principles. For example, objection to abortion, its purpose is to respect the life, which is a good. The order objected must derogate from a fundamental right, freedom, or principle. So this second criteria is closely correlated to the previous one. The objection should refuse to implement a derogation to a principle. This can be applied as well in the case of bearing arms and killing someone. It's also always by exception that war is allowed, for example. And the third criteria I have identified is that the objection may be universalizable. Is it possible? What would happen if everybody would object? I think this is also a good criteria, because the judges in the courts today would apply another criteria. They would check if the objection infringe the rights of others. The judge would say, okay, whether or not your objection goes against the right of others, whether or not the objection of the medical doctor goes against the right of the woman. But the problem is that the right of others today may be wrong. So introducing the notion of the right of others within this equation is problematic. Therefore, it may be more accurate to consider whether or not the objection can be universal. What would happen if nobody would hunt, for example, or would accept vaccination? I almost finish quickly. The fourth path is to trust human conscience and experience. So this is a collective path. We can see that through the experience, even if we fail for a moment to identify what is good, what is justice, the experience shows that this moral blindness is never endless. There is an end to moral blindness. Moreover, behaviors that violate conscience provoke strong pain, sufferings. Through the experience of the sufferings caused by the violation of conscience and the violation of the good, this experience as well, is at the end a path that will not facilitate objection, but will support it. This shows that at the end, conscientious objection is merely a matter of courage, and testimony. Having the courage to refuse, although you may confront and support the consequences, is at the end the true reality of conscientious objection. In France, for example, the doctors have the right to objection, but the pharmacists don't have it, although the pharmacists practice a lot of abortion through the pills. But the pharmacists never have the courage to ask for the right to objection. Therefore, they don't have it. So objection is also and primarily a matter of courage and testimony. And then the last path for the objectors in the field of medicine, and we can see it already, is the demedicalization of the non-therapeutic practices. It is also something we can observe. There is a tendency to move those difficult practices more and more out of medicine or of the medical doctors, for example, to allow more broadly abortion through the pills, and therefore it is seen as a way to avoid objection. The same can be observed with euthanasia. There are now devices, for self-suicide without the help of anybody else. In Switzerland, you can go in a coffin and press a button and get gassed. So the idea that those non-therapeutic practices may slowly be pushed out of medicine, and it would be also a way, in some extent, to restore some part of the currency of medical practices. But it's also an evolution that we can observe. It is, of course, an evolution that is more supported by those who promote those practices and want to preserve it from the conscientious objectors' refusals and testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a lot to think about there. It was, wow. I can't wait to actually read it too, because it was just so reflective of what we're going through in our times. But thank you. That was brilliant and very insightful. All right. Our next presentation is by Guillaume Delenson. Do you have your coffee? I felt like I rushed you. I'm sorry. All right. Guillaume is known for his link to his bio, I think, doesn't do him justice. He co-authored with Cardinal Burke the work Hope for the World to Unite All Things in Christ. But I had the opportunity to talk to him, and for our purposes for our talk today, he's involved in some amazing ministry to married couples. And I know I'll butcher the French, so you can go ahead and say it, but helping couples with conflict resolution and with building stronger marriages. So I'm sure that forms the insights of the presentation he's doing today. And the presentation today is the accompaniment of persons in the truth of the gospel. So thank you, Guillaume.
Thank you very much for your patience, because my English, since I didn't receive the fruit of the Holy Spirit of the Pentecostes, and enough. So I will pray that the Holy Spirit will pronounce better than me. Monseigneur, dear Father, dear friends, it's with joy that I meet you for a few moments to discuss with you the question of accompanying people, especially in delicate situations in relation to the teaching of the Church and the Magisterium. Thank you, Jane, for your invitation. Speaking of which, I too am in a delicate situation, as English doesn't seem to be my friend. So I hope you will understand most of my speech today. I will try to present briefly my modest experience in this matter by identifying with you the means given by the Holy Spirit so as to follow the teaching of Christ to pass from the exterior posture to the interior attitude. I'm married and the father of 5 children. I'm very happy to be with you to talk about some essential aspects for our mission. In the Gospel, we see that the Lord Jesus goes very far to recover the lost sheep, the one that doesn't know the word of God, the one that doesn't hear it. We too, following his example, are called to take risks to go and search for the lost sheep. We are sometimes these lost sheep. Taking risks doesn't mean relativizing the strength and the demanding teaching of Christ transmitted by the Church for 2,000 years, which would endanger the 99 other sheep and even the 100th one. Indeed, wouldn't it be foolish to imagine recovering the lost sheep and at the same time disturbing the other 99 ones, endangering their salvation? Woe to me if I don't preach the gospel, says St. Paul. Indeed, woe to me. Woe? The traductor is... Woe to me if I do not proclaim what Christ wants to tell man for his salvation. Caritas Christi urget nos. It's with this deep conviction and encouraged by my bishop that I founded 7 years ago the Institute for Family in Europe, the objective of which is to evangelize where there are personal, marital, and more widely family ones. Pope Francis gave us his support with his words, "Bene, bene, avanti, avanti," when we meet him. Concretely, this apostolate is organized on 3 main axes. The first priority is to welcome and listen to everyone's thanks to. The Louis et Zélie reception facilities, of which there are currently 38 centers, are places where people can be listened to and accompanied on a voluntary basis, aiming to accompany anyone expressing the need to be helped, following personal, marital, or family ones. These centers are open to all, with respect for each one, whether Christian or not. To couples who need help for all matters relating to fertility, concerns about harmony in marital situation, relations, etc. To those who have to deal with an unwanted pregnancy, to people suffering from relational difficulties within their family, to people whose feelings have been hurt, to those who need support to move forward on a path of reconciliation, to those who have to make important decisions. It's very concrete. Second axis, couples. We also organize sessions for couples called Marie qui guérit les couples, Mary who restores couples. Marie che riunisce le coppie. Which means the Blessed Virgin who heals all couples. There are around 6 per year. 28 couples participate to the last one, which took place in November at the Fongobo Abbey in France. The next one will take place in January at the Saint-Pierre Solem Abbey, also in France. The preachers are priests or bishops. and not always French. The Holy Spirit speak when the preachers don't have a good accent. I remember a session with an American bishop in Solem in 2 years ago, and there was a couple's divorced. The inscription was very complicated, and they come. Each one live in his house, and they come to this session, and they didn't understand well the words of the preacher, because he an accent very difficult. And at the end, they were hand in their hand, and there is a benediction of the bishop, the consecration of each couple, and they cry the two, and because they have opened their heart. And we have these experiences regularly of reconciliation, and it's very it's an immense for us mercy. Third axis, publishing. We have developed a small publishing house that distributes Marian novenas for couples and familial difficult family situations. I have brought some of them. Cardinal Robert Sarah recently said that the Christians have the mission not only to listen, but also to announce the Word of God, to announce Catholic doctrine, to listen to human suffering, and then to evangelize by our behavior, by the respectful and delicate word. I very much like the example of Saint Vincent de Paul, who never dissociated in his service to the poor the distribution of bread to feed the body from the announcement of the good news. The bread of the earth, inseparable from the milk and the honey of the doctrine of the salvation. The mission of the Christian listeners of Louise Elis reception facilities is to serve with humility by receiving with a filial spirit and with adherence the totality of the Church magisterium, as presented in the Catechism of the Catholic Church. As the resolute promoters of a culture of life, they firmly believe in the dignity of every human being from conception to natural death. They want to help men and women, couples and single people to choose life and true love with the certainty that, as Benedict XVI said, Christ takes nothing away because he gives everything. In order to be and to act according to God's will, the accompanying persons are called to dedicate a moment to prayer every day to listen to the Holy Spirit who speaks in the silence. They know that inner silence, the fruit of prayer, is the basis of all fruitful accompaniment. For this, they don't hesitate to rely on the reconciliation sacraments and the spiritual counselor. They have chosen to consecrate themselves personally to Our Lady, mediatrix of all graces. The Rosary is their most effective weapon, and attendance at Mass the summit of their lives. I said all that because accompanying need humility, need a posture, interior, attitude, and there is a danger if we don't accord our life. There is a danger of abuse, spiritual abuse. Was is silent prayer an indispensable path? Because if every day I listen to the Lord in silence, if I converse with him in a daily heart-to-heart conversation, if I seek to do his will by remaining on my knees, like Mary in the Gospel who chose a better path as compared to Martha, then when I receive a brother in distress, We won't be two, but three. By welcoming him, I welcome Christ. My whole being is in silence, listening to the other one who is coming. To be silent as in prayer, to be attentive to the other who expresses his or her pain, to listen to what is not said with human words, but to what I hear with the heart of my soul. Sometimes the silence is the good way to listen and to speak. And if I speak too much, God cannot speak, because the silence is the words of God, and when person cry, when there is silence after, the accompanier in silence too, listen, and in this silence we find the words, and there is a fecundity. It's not a silence for the silent, but it's a silence who is finalized by the logos, by the, you know that. But you may ask, in order to deal with the most complex situation, how can we keep the integrity of your faith in this difficult world where your pastors sometimes support us by mere lip service, or even not at all? To someone who asked him how to remain in the will of God, Saint François de Sales replied, "Nothing by force, everything by love." We believe that in order to remain faithful to the Church's teaching, we must be willing to enter into the fight of God, as the Lenten antiphon invites us to do. Lenten, carême in French. You understand Lenten? Okay. With your eyes fixed on Jesus Christ, let us enter into the fight of God. Indeed, if they really want to contribute to the well-being of people in difficulty, the accompanying persons are called to reflect God's light, God's peace. It is in this light that each person can better know themselves and better understands God's plan for each of them. We must distinguish between the natural and the supernatural, without opposing them or making them mutually exclusive. But we mustn't forget that the devil, the adversary who uses wands to make men fall into sin, is on the prowl, looking for someone to devour. St. Peter, in his first epistle, commands us to resist the devil with the strength of faith. Indeed, with the strength of faith, not a diminished, deformed faith, which would no longer be the Catholic faith, but faith in his beauty, in his truth, in its entirety. Assuredly, psychology can be a great help, for man is made of flesh. But God came to save everything that makes up man, and it would be a huge mistake to think that certain aspects of our person are not concerned by the sacrifice of the cross. Concretely, to fight against a vice that breaks a vice, that breaks couples, I think of pornography, faith comes to the rescue of psychology. We are all called to conversion. Yes, all of us. A doctor friend of mine, member of Pontifical Academy for Life, Joaquin de Irala, teacher at the Navarra University in medicine faculty, recently told me that he was worried that certain categories of people were arbitrarily excluded from this path of redemption. He told me, some are debarred or turned away from the salvation offered by Christ. He deplored the fact that some people in delicate situations, because they were tempted by affective deviances with their perversion, pornography, adultery, contraception, and many other problems, could not receive the authentic word of the gospel, even in official church movements. They were in prison, spiritual. They don't have the right to listen the truth. Spiritual abuse begins when the counselor tries to deliver his or her own vision of things and problems without relying on the church vision, Christ's vision. I think there is a little heresy now, a big heresy, is to forget that the church teaching is a Christ teaching, and the church is the corpse of the Christ. You understand? It's not an organization, it's not an institution, the church. It's the mystery, it's a part of Christology, ecclesiology, I think. I'm not a very good theologian, but it's important to have this, when we constate our mistakes, our faults, we forget that the church is a mystery, it's a holy church. And there is a reduction of the Christ when we reduce the mystery of the church. The examples of the difficulties of what the media explain could accelerate this view, but it's a temptation. Instead of providing help, the counselor tells the story of himself, if he not follows the magisterium of church. He tells the story of himself. He puts himself at the center of the relationship. In this way, he darkens the intelligence and the heart of the person who is precisely seeking pure water. Without knowing it, he becomes a guru. A guru. The people who receive have often already consulted therapists and all kinds, sometimes magnetizers, occultists, and so on. If they come to us, it's because they are waiting for the light. Their conscience is being worked on in the same way as St. Augustine's conscience, who wrote, You have made us for you, Lord, and our heart is restless until it dwells in you. We regularly receive people who suffer from the widespread discrimination according to which one does not have the right to tell the truth about the immorality of a situation. Is there anything worse than telling someone, you are asking questions, you are suffering from this situation, but the light is not for you? How horrible, what inhumanity. Doesn't every man and woman have the right to follow the calls of their conscience to a life according to the gospel? About those in the church who want to change the doctrine, I can't tell his name because he's dead. Cardinal de Magistris said some years ago to a priest I know, be quiet, assured that those who want to change the morals on a point either have a personal problem with that point, or that it concerns someone immediately around them. Yes, preventing the light of Christ from shining is like spilling. Spilling, yes, sorry, because I speak Chinese but not English. Yes, preventing the light of Christ from shining is like spilling a bottle of water in front of a person dying of thirst. With his encyclical on the Christian meaning of suffering, St. John Paul II has given us a beautiful gift. We read it. When we read it, we understand that listening to a person who is suffering is not first of all removing the burden he or she is carrying. How can we give back his or her spouse to a man or woman who, from a human point of view, is irremediably separated? Essentially, using the means made available to us by the human sciences and the light of faith. The counselor is there to help little by little to understand where the suffering of the person in distress comes from and what they can do with it. Understanding is beginning to heal, and trusting oneself to a brother is beginning to rise up again. With Paul VI, the Pope, inspired author of Humanae Vitae, who asserts that the Church exists to evangelize. Magnifique exhortation, Apostolic Evangelium Nuntiandi 2. Yes, we are called to respond to Our Lady's request at Fatima. Pray much and make sacrifice for sinners, for many souls go to hell because they have no one to sacrifice themselves and pray for them. To maintain the course of fidelity, to keep an inner distance and discernment while facing a delicate situation, Providence offers us effective means. I shall single out 3 of them. Firstly, living in the present moment. Secondly, living the present moment is in the spirit of silence. And finally, living the present moment in a spirit of silence and in union with God. A Cartesian wrote, "The more your works are born of silence, the more they are alive and life-giving." Yeah, dear friends, because God is, we can be, and it's only because He is that we are. In Him we have life, movement and being, says St. Paul. This is an immense mystery which leads us to adoration. Kneeling before the trust of God, we are truly free. Thus, we stand in His arms. God recreates each person when they turn to Him. They throw themselves into Him. I like this theologian adage, proverb. Credere in Deum. Credere Deo, credere in Deum, it's like swim in Deum. I like it, like a baby. To believe in Him and to throw oneself into Him, into His ocean of love and mercy. About the Louis Elie reception facilities, to continue on a more concrete note, I had a quantitative and qualitative audit carried out on the attendance of the reception centers. We receive 80% of non-believers or no practicing Catholics and 20% of practicing Catholics. The percentage is interesting because it shows that an explicitly Catholic place does not scare away non-believers. On the contrary, I'm going to share with you some testimonies of encounters experienced in the reception centers which are full of hope. Yes, the truth makes us free. We forget that. The truth makes us free. This is the essential message of these testimonies that I'm going to share with you. Some time ago, we received a married woman and mother who came to confide a serious marital problem. Her husband, who had just retired, has decided to leave her for another woman. She had been away for a few days, and when she returned, the family furniture had disappeared from the flat, leaving only the bare minimum for her to live, or rather to survive. Almost everything was gone. It was at this point that she contacted the Louis Elie reception center in her town. We received her for a year, once every fortnight or so. This woman was not originally a practicing Christian, and during this time she got in touch with God again and made Sunday Mass part of her life. After a year, she came to us with a piece of information. Her husband was trying to get in touch with her because he wanted to come home. Thanks to the journey she had undertaken during that year, a journey of reunion with God, this woman forgave her husband and took him back into her life. It is thanks to the Eucharist, to the rooting in her marriage, that she was able to make this journey of forgiveness and fidelity. You can imagine the joy of the children. And the accompaniers, I know her, is a women separated, but in fidelity with his husband, but separated. It was a very interesting way for her too. Another example concerns a man in his 40s whom I received myself. On arriving for an appointment, he smiled on me. You know, I am an atheist. I should point out that at the Louis XI reception, we have always a crucifix with a representation of the Blessed Virgin and a photo of the Pope. That is to say that the place is clearly identified as being Catholic. I asked my visitor, why do you come to a place attached to the Catholic Church? He answered, because for me, the Church is charity. I asked him what faith he put behind this charity. He answered, Mother Teresa. I was completely, I imagined Johnny Hallyday. I should point out that the media at this time were always talking about abuse cases in the church. So, he feels the church is not that. One would have thought that this man hated the church for this reason. At the end of the interview, I offered to pray for him. He replied that he didn't mind, except that he didn't want me to pray to God, but to the Virgin Mary. I thought that for the first announcement, in a delicate situation like this, the intercession of Our Lady was essential. Another testimony concerned a young woman, mother of a 3-year-old child. This woman was very attached to the Gothic milieu. This is to say, a gloomy universe where the attachment to the world of darkness is almost religious. She was worried because the father of her child, himself very Gothic, wanted to go away for a few days with the child, alone. In the Gothic world, there are often satanic practices. She was worried about her child. That's when she came knocking on the door of the reception center. We put her in touch with a Benedictine abbey that has kept the great Latin tradition. She wanted Gothic, and she founded it. But the real thing this time, the beautiful thing. Besides our own accompaniment, she was also accompanied by a monk. After a few weeks, she discovered Eucharistic adoration and felt carried away by Gregorian chant and the great liturgical tradition. She became a regular adorer. It is thanks to God that she was able to be freed from her attachment to this sordid Gothic world. She was able to find a path of peace to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. Another example of a marital situation is about a practicing Catholic couple who, after 10 years of marriage, learned that in IUD was not an appropriate way to live their relationship in love. No one had told them of the aborting effects, and no one had made them understand why their love would suffer from this lack of transparency to each other's intimacy, why contraception was damaging their communion. They were a very Catholic couple, and no priest, either in the marriage preparation or on the accompaniment, has spoken to them about this. They have since become billing monitors. Finally, we received a married woman who came to confide a relationship problem with her children. This woman was about 50 years old. She was a practicing Catholic. She was having trouble relating to her grandchildren. As the meeting progressed, she confided to us that she had an abortion in her youth. She had confided this to her children when they were 20 years old. Since then, the relationship with them had broken down. There was no longer any trust. I asked her if she had entrusted the drama to the Lord's mercy. It turned out that she had not. I then put her in touch with the parish vicar. He made a very good job. To end on an ecumenical note, I had the joy of organizing meetings with Protestants during the Week of Unity on the theme United for Life. I even caught an evangelism pastor friend selling John Paul II's Angelical Evangelium Vitae. The same goes for our Orthodox friends. I cooperated with the Commission for the Family and Childhood of a Patriarchate, and I asked the head of the commission, a priest, how he dealt with the question of contraception. He replied with his long beard and long hair, with a mischievous smile that referred couples to the encyclical Humanae Vitae. This is completely authentic. This conference gave rise to an interview book that has since been translated into several languages. This shows that doctrinal and moral demands are a true service to charity. May the Lord allow the salt not to become tasteless. A few weeks ago, I will finish. Nearly. A few weeks ago, we celebrated Christ the King, the Lord Jesus, who wants to reign in our existence, but also in the organization of life among men. When we speak of this feast of the Christ the King, I always think to John Paul II, who shouted the authorities in Italy when they wanted to break down the cross in various administrations. What a gift! To hasten his return, let us call upon him. Yes, Lord Jesus, come and reign with Mary, your mother. With a poor man who became Pope in the last century, I mean Holy Pius X, whose motto it was, let us seek to restore everything in Christ. Dear friends, the Lord doesn't ask the impossible of us. If we are called to bear witness to the truth for the sake of our wounded brothers and sisters, of those who have seriously strayed from the path of salvation, this is a mercy that God is offering us, an immense gift. He wants to associate us with his work of redemption of the world. By accepting to suffer with him, I am especially referring to the present period, in which we feel lonely in defending his teaching. We complete in our flesh what is lacking in Christ's suffering for his bodies, which is the church. And with St. Paul, we find our joy there in the hope of the eternal glory. Thank you for your attention.
Guillaume, those were beautiful.
If you want little books, novenas in Italian for couples, it's gratuit.
Right. Those were beautiful stories, and what an important reflection on the fact that the teachings of the church are a mercy, not a burden, and that it is really, truly merciful to bring them to people. I have to admit, I up until the point where you shared the moving story about the grandmother who couldn't read to her children because she'd had an abortion, I was still thinking the Gothic monastery story was going to be my favorite, but they were all amazing, so thank you. What a beautiful ministry.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Our next speaker is, I am going to pronounce this correctly because he told me how to pronounce it, Brian Scarnecchia. Scarnecchia, right? Who is going to do a presentation on a response to the analogy of abortion to child soldiers. I don't know which concept is more horrifying, actually. Brian is he's an associate professor of law at Ave Maria School of Law, and the president of the International Solidarity and Human Rights Institute. He has served as a professor of legal studies and human life studies at Franciscan University of Steubenville, and he has a long and illustrious history of work for the church, for human rights organizations, and pro-life communities. And without further ado, so that you can give your presentation.
Thank you very much. While we're getting the PowerPoint set up, one of our American priests whose cause for beatification is ongoing, referenced by Helen Alvarez, Fulton J. Sheen, once said that applause for a speaker is really an act of the three theological virtues. In the beginning, applause is an act of faith. Halfway through, well, an act of hope, and oftentimes at the end, yes, an act of charity. We're ready to? Okay, we're ready to go. That was actually my first slide, so we're good. Let's see, where do we advance? Which button do I push to make it go down, do you know?
Probably that one down there.
This one?
No, yeah.
This one?
There you go.
There we go. So anyways, there we have it, faith, hope, and charity. And now, I'm representing a book review I did. I was asked to do by the publisher of the author, with the understanding that it would be published and that he would reply to my review as well as 3 other reviewers. So although I have a critical appraisal for the most part, not completely, of his book, I just need to make that apology or that explanation so no one thinks that I'm doing something, that I'm attacking him and not giving him a chance to reply. He's already read all of my criticism, and he replied. So there's nothing new being presented here. So yes, I was solicited by the author, published, my review was published with his reply, and I have a high regard for the author, but we disagree on matters of law and morality. And in a sense, I think this is a bit of a microcosm of the reason for which this conference was convened. Because we're both men of goodwill, and we both mean to serve the church. And he's reaching out in his book, for the most part, as an accompaniment to those that are that are in favor of abortion, or maybe have, in any event, have suffered from it, and he's trying to find common ground. And so there's a compromise. So for instance, he'll say things to the effect like, well maybe I'll use the word fetus when referring to the unborn sometime, and then an equal amount of time I'll call the child the unborn child. And one of the criticisms was, well, he erred on the side of saying too much and too many times the unborn child and not enough times the fetus. Well, my criticism is that I guess you might say he threw the baby out with the wash, at least in one case. And so that's what I'm focusing on, is the hard case. And so the title of his book is Beyond the Abortion Wars. And in this, the author compared the prenatal child to a child soldier. If this analogy falls, then the rest of his argument will fall as well. Okay, so we're comparing, I would say, apples and oranges, or strawberries and apples here, whatever the picture shows. I couldn't find an apple and orange when I was looking for pictures. Thank you. So the first issue is that he raises, are child soldiers innocent? And my reply is, well, yes, maybe. There's a rebuttable presumption that they are, given that, oh, this is all messed up. But anyways, they've been traumatized. and oftentimes drugged and brutally treated. And so, yes, they are not in their right mind. We might say they have diminished capacity, and that would be my point. And so, may one kill a child soldier who threatens one's life? Put another way, may a traumatized, drugged, and brainwashed child soldier, an innocent, as he calls them, be killed in self-defense? I would say yes. One may use deadly force in self-defense or in the defense of another person. All right. I mean, I guess we could have a discussion about that, but I would say that, arguably speaking, yes, even though it's a child and a person not in their right mind, if they threaten you and there's no other alternative but deadly force, you might be forced to level that against the assailant. And so he goes from there to this hypothetical. So, well, not hypothetical, this analogy. So if it's licit to kill an innocent child soldier in self-defense, then is it not licit to abort an innocent child in utero who threatens his or her mother's life? Preeclampsia and HELP syndrome certainly present situations where to continue the pregnancy just may very well end the mother's life. Does this analogy present the church with common ground for compromise with abortion advocates to create a more inclusive society? And Fordham University theology professor Charles Camosi, who proposed this analogy in his book Beyond the Abortion Wars, says it does. I don't know. I argued in my book that a direct procured abortion is never licit, even to save the life of the mother. You know, there's probably one topic that has been talked about less from the pulpit than contraception. Abortion in the case of, when it threatens the life of a mother. I've never, ever heard a homily on these hard cases. And yet I think we're going to be forced to make these arguments in the near future with the pending legislation coming down in every state in the United States in the very near future. So in my review, I said his child soldier analogy is flawed. His understanding of law, therefore, incorrect. His use of the principle of double effect is misleading. And last, his model legislation is inappropriate. So this book, and it wasn't just an academic exercise amongst experts, and it was meant to be a grounding for model legislation. So this was something that couldn't go, into my mind, unchallenged. And just written off as, well, theologians have a right to explore critical ideas with academic freedom. In my published reply to Professor Camosi, in his reply, he didn't address any of those criticisms. Instead, he accused me of binary thinking. By that, he meant pitting a culture of life against a culture of death, and an attitude hostile to building consensus and common ground for a more inclusive society. So, now, to his credit, Professor Camosi believes a human being, whether a zygote, a fetus, is a human being, a prenatal child, a person endowed with full human dignity who should be recognized and protected as a rights bearer, the same as any other citizen. And this is beautiful. As a faithful Catholic, he submits his opinions to the discernment and ultimate judgment of the magisterium of the Catholic Church. On these points, we share common ground, absolutely. And bravo for these commitments. But we don't share common ground, and we part company as from this point on. He argues that a brainwashed child soldier and a prenatal child are both formally innocent. And he agrees with Popes Pius XI and John Paul II that the prenatal child is not an unjust aggressor because a preborn child is not performing a willful act at all. However, a prenatal child who poses a deadly risk to his mother's life is nonetheless materially toxic and harmful, and so no different than a child soldier. And this is a quotation from his text. Notice, he says, that we can say this without giving up the absolutely essential moral principle that it's always wrong to aim at the death of the innocent. The key is to more precisely define what is meant by innocence within the principle. If the principle refers to those who are innocent, that is, not nauseous, not harmful, in both formal and material senses, it may be permissible for a pregnant woman to use deadly force to save her life. Okay. Well, let's go back to the analogy. And all right. Child soldiers may be formally innocent. Using criminal law language, they may not possess the mens rea, a guilty mind, with malice aforethought requisite for the crime of murder. However, they perform guilty acts, the actus reus, is they aim to kill non-aggressors. They are tracking them. They know that when they pull the trigger, who they're aiming at will die. So if necessary, one may defend one's life or that of another innocent person, with deadly force, if need be. The prenatal child is simply growing in his mother's womb, her mother's womb, is utterly incapable of either a guilty mind or a guilty act. The child in utero is not conscious nor capable of performing any actions. So one may not directly kill a prenatal child, even if his continued life in utero threatens the life of his mother. Now, of course, we're getting to the distinctions with, traumatized maternal tissue and maternal organs, but a direct attack on the life of the child in utero, even to save the life of the mother, if the child is innocent, well, we'll get to that. Here's another analogy. In the case of a sleeping person, there's no finis operantis, to use moral theology, language from moral theology, the end of the agent, or the finis operes, the end of the act. There's simply a live person that shouldn't be harmed. With a sleepwalking person, it's another story. Although there's no finis operantis, the end of the agent, he's asleep, there may be a dangerous finis operes, the end of the act. He could be walking out of a window, wandering into the street, and this person should be stopped, taken down, before he hurts himself or another. Some of you are wrong way, Corrigan. Football in the United States, Rose Bowl, 1929. I don't know. I think the ball bounced off his head. I don't know. He gets confused, and he's running the wrong way. He's going to make a touchdown for the other team, and all of his teammates are trying to tackle him. Now, he's running with, he's got an innocent mens rea and an innocent, if you will, finis operantis, but he's as guilty as sin, and they're going to take him down, if they can. Okay? And this was the last, this analogy I threw in the book. It's a hypothetical. A mother with her infant in arms escapes from a terrorist camp. Exhausted, she falls asleep in an open field. When she wakes, she grabs her rifle and walks off to refresh herself, only to discover she's in a minefield. Looking back at her child, she discovers her infant is about to roll over onto a tripwire and detonate a mine that will kill them both. Issue. May she shoot and kill her child to save her life. And as you know, I'm sure many of you could explain better than I Aquinas' distinction between an active man and a human act. But anyways, an active man, coughing, sneezing, turning over in your sleep, sleepwalking. A human act, coughing to interrupt the speaker, so don't cough. Turning over in your bed to wake your snoring wife or husband, as the case may be, something like that. And so the baby in utero is only capable of an act of man, turning around in her mother's womb, no deliberate will. This is not an aggressor with no evil intent, no evil act, and it can't be harmed. A child soldier performs an imperfect human act, one done with confused knowledge, but a deliberate will, confused knowledge, deliberate will. This person with diminished capacity is not culpable for his objectively bad act. He doesn't need to go to confession, perhaps. All the same, he's an aggressor with no evil intent, who nevertheless is committing an evil act and may be rendered harmless with deadly force if necessary. So the first point, Kamausi's child soldier analogy is flawed, and because of that, so is his understanding of the legal implications. The basic premise, every person, no matter their functional ability, stage of development, possesses equal human dignity and inalienable human rights. We both agree on that, Professor Kamausi and myself. But, he says, but some extremist pro-lifers want to give prenatal children more legal protection than other persons. They argue for a legal ban on all direct abortions, including even abortion to save a mother's life. And so they create a legal right for a prenatal child that no other human person has. If the child in utero were an aggressor threatening the life of his or her mother, that would hold. But we've just said that's not the case. The child in utero is not an aggressor. And so he's wrong. And even Justice Blackmun, who wrote the opinion in Roe versus Wade, concurs. If this suggestion of personhood, legal personality, is established, the appellant, Roe, her case, of course, collapses. For the fetus's right to life would then be guaranteed specifically by the 14th Amendment. And I would add in parentheses, this would be true even if the child in utero threatens his or her mother's life. Now, you see, that woman at that point would be under duress. And duress is usually, legally speaking, an excuse. If somebody puts a gun to your head and says, take this money out of the bank, yes, I'll take it out of the bank. And you become, formally or at least materially an immediate material cooperator. Normally that makes you a formal cooperator, but in this case, no.
Right.
But duress is not an excuse in criminal law. If somebody says, if you don't kill this person, I'm going to kill you. Yeah. Duress doesn't cut it there. Mm-hmm. So now, Kamausi's analogy falls under the duress legal defense, and it doesn't hold water. And so given his flawed analogy comparing child soldiers to prenatal children, it's not surprising that Professor Kamausi also approves of the so-called contraceptive abortifacients, Ella and RU 486. And he does in his book. The legal community, and it looks like I smudged this a bit, the legal community, not legal and medical associations, have held hands and now define contraception not as fertilization, but contraception now means implantation. And so in a certain sense, Ella and RU 46 are abortifacients. Contraception equals abortion. The campaign to conflate contraception with abortion is based on the assertion that certain methods of contraception actually end rather than prevent pregnancy. This is from the Guttmacher Institute, and their footnote is citing the brief, the amici curiae brief of Physicians for Reproductive Health, and also it was filed in the case of Sebelius versus Hobby Lobby stores. This is any event. Look who agrees with this definition, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. So until implantation, you can take out the fertilized, the embryo, the zygote, until it implants, and it's just contraception. So, coming to the theme of our conference, so much of it is, if we legitimize the use of contraceptives, this hopelessly confused scenario will be visited upon the faithful. Already it's confusing. So the first point, Kamausi's child soldier analogy is flawed. He misunderstands the law. As a result of that, he misunderstands the law. And the third point is he also misapplies the principle of double effect. He claims that an abortion or the administration of either ELA or RU 486 to women faced with life-threatening pregnancies are not direct abortions, but merely indirect abortions. He claims that they are comparable to the excision of traumatized maternal tissue, a fallopian tube in cases of ectopic pregnancy, a salpingectomy, or the removal of a cancerous uterus with a non-viable child in sight, non-viable outside the womb. Because these medical procedures merely aim at ceasing to aid, but do not aim at the death of the prenatal child. But he conflates the finis operis, the end of the act, with the finis operantis, the end of the agent. A hysterectomy of a cancerous uterus with a child in suit is an indirect abortion, not only, as he says, because it doesn't aim at the end, the death of the child, the end of the agent, but primarily, it is primarily an indirect abortion because the built-in intentionality of the surgeon's human act, the end of the act, the target, if you will, is the removal of a deadly thing, the organ, the traumatized maternal organ, which is a good act. And it's not, his act is not directed at destroying an innocent who, a person, which would be an intrinsically evil act. And I'm not going to go through the principle of double effect. You know them probably as well as I. The 4 tenets are there. We need go no further than the first tenet. You may not do an intrinsic evil that good come of it, never. And I've already said that Kamausi's approval of direct procured abortion violates the first tenet of the principle of double effect. The fourth point, Kamausi's model legislation, the Mother and Prenatal Child Protection Act. And he has very good things to say to pro-abortion people about the dignity and humanity of the unborn child. And he tries to reason with them to get them to see this. And so I have to give him credit for that, absolutely. But this legislation, this model legislation, is not an example of incremental pro-life legislation as laid out by Pope John Paul II in Evangelium Vitae. To qualify as incremental pro-life legislation, the author would need to make known that he or she does not, in principle, approve of abortion in cases of rape, incest, or to save the life of the mother, but has added these exceptions because only a bill with these exceptions, as a practical matter, would be passed by the legislature or survive judicial review. Given that Professor Kamausi believes that a direct abortion is justifiable homicide when performed to save the life of the mother, or, alternately, illicit indirect abortion under the principle of double effect, I could not, in my book review, recommend his model bill as an example of incremental pro-life legislation. In fact, the last words, the last sentence or two of my review, I said, I see Kamausi's principled defense of direct abortion, which serves to legitimize Catholic support for his model legislation, as an unconditional surrender and an occasion of scandal. I hated to say that. I would hate someone to say that to me, But anyways, I said it. An occasion of scandal that advances a culture of death. And I would ask him to reconsider his position and leave none of God's children behind, especially the seemingly indefensible. And then the motto of the United States Marine Corps, leave none behind. Whether they're dead or alive, you take them home with you. Well, and this has practical consequences. Recall the United States vice presidential candidate debate between Joe Biden, then vice presidential candidate in 2012, and Dan Ryan. Biden sneers at Ryan for upholding Catholic moral principles. Ryan said that a direct abortion, even in the case of saving the life of the mother, was immoral. And Biden goes, even your presidential candidate doesn't believe that. The impact of, and I only have a few more slides to go, so we're almost there. The impact of Dobbs v. Jackson. 13 states have trigger laws that went into effect following the reversal of Roe versus Wade in the United States. And this is from NBC News, and they're interviewing someone here from the Center for Health Policy and Law of Northeastern University. From the moment of pregnancy, as medical profession would define it, could well, states, these 13 states, could well try to challenge Plan B, emergency contraception, potentially even IUDs. Those forms of birth control could be an easy target for restrictions, easier target than traditional birth control pills, she said, because they prevent implantation when a fertilized egg attaches to the womb. In addition to fertilization, some people already consider them abortion-inducing medications for that reason. The Supreme Court decision does not directly affect access to contraception. Rather, experts anticipate that states, counties, or even individual prosecutors who want to ban Plan B or IUDs may now believe they have the tailwind of the United States Supreme Court behind them, she warned. So these issues are coming, are alive and are coming before us, and it has a ripple effect here in Europe and throughout the world. What's the international impact of Dobbs v. Jackson? The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights denounces Dobbs. The European Parliament reaffirms sexual and reproductive rights following Dobbs. Why this overreaction? Because Dobbs sets persuasive precedent for member states of the United Nations and the EU to restrict sexual and reproductive rights, contraception, abortifacients, sexual orientation, gender identity, and resist transgender ideological colonization. In other words, if it's good, if the national government of the United States says, let every one of the 50 states come up with whatever kind of policy they want for abortion, isn't that what most of the countries in Africa would like to hear from the United States, or from the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights? Just let us decide. So this is a dangerous precedent, both in the United States for those promoting sexual and reproductive rights and gender identity. Last, what's the impact of Dobbs on the Catholic Church? Well, the Church's hierarchy, its pastors, lay faithful need, I would say, to seize the moment and reaffirm Humani Vitae, reaffirm Veritatis Splendor and the whole gospel of life, and proclaim the truth. What truth? About the relationality of human sexuality, marriage, and family. What truth? About the sanctity of human life from conception to natural death. To do less, to remain silent, or worse, to contradict that truth? Our Lord had something to say about that. He warned that we'll be held liable for every idle word. And worse, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone rung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Thank you. Thank you for your act of charity.
Thank you, Brian. That was actually kind of frightening, but what a great exposition. Are we having a discussion? Yes, go ahead.
Michael Backus has been following us, so he's still on. And so if you want to reply to this is fine. I wrote a paper once when Amnesty International was pretending that it wasn't promoting abortion, so I deconstructed what they were arguing, and at the end of it, I had talked about the logic of love and the logic of violence, and the logic of violence was Amnesty's international policy. The logic of love was going through the thought of John Paul II. Through that, I also had looked at some of the cases on, and this is the word in the law, some of the scholars, is maternal-fetal conflict. And when I looked at that, I thought there could be a conflict specifically from the woman's perspective if she's been raped. Okay? And so she's feeling she's giving birth to something, and okay, and then the circumstances, because I know some of the women in that have been raped in some of these war-torn countries, they have to be careful because even once they have the child, sometimes they want to kill the child, and then they go into a depression. So but when you were talking about the maternal-fetal conflict, when I started to think about that concept, I thought, well, what about teenagers? You have mothers and teenagers in conflict, but we don't kill the teenager. So if there's maternal fetal conflict and it's in those difficult cases, she needs outside support. She needs the psychologist. She needs the family around her. She needs the financial, but the answer is not to kill. Have you ever, do you have any comments on that type of analysis? Thanks.
In the United States, did an analysis of psychological sequelae in the hard cases. One of my students from Franciscan University, Amy Sobey, actually helped him with that research. In cases of rape, the trauma inflicted upon the psychological sequelae was more severe when women who had been raped were aborted. It was as if it was a second violation of their dignity. Women who had elective abortions for less serious or less compelling reasons suffered less psychological sequelae, interestingly enough. So if we're truly interested in, the woman as well as the child, sociological evidence of that sort should be brought forward. And of course, the famous cases of, anecdotally, many women will say that the only good thing that came of that rape was my child. And oftentimes we have in the pro-life community the witness of mother and daughter, and they look identical. So the idea that, you're carrying the rapist's child is, and of course in law, you can't punish the child for the crimes of the father. It's axiomatic. If the child has legal personality, you can't execute him because his father did something wrong. So legally, that makes no sense.
Michael, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I certainly agree with Brian, Professor Skarnecchia, in his articulation there. I do want to kind of follow up on something that was brought up yesterday. I think it was Professor Janet Smith that had talked about, the distinction between contraception and abortion, and the fact that many contraceptives, many chemical contraceptives can, as one of the mechanisms of action, operate as an abortifacient, and all the problems that this causes. She went into that, but one point that she didn't go into that I want to elaborate on, and it's very consistent with what she said, is that, and this is, to Dr. Professor Skarnecchia's point, is that this effort to redefine the beginning of human life from conception to implantation would justify assisted reproduction. It would justify creating human beings outside of the womb and sticking them in freezers or using them for experimentation. Because according to the logic that these are not human persons until implantation, they would not be protected under the law whatsoever. It would strip millions and millions of human beings of the fundamental right to life because they're playing God and they're redefining the beginning of human life. And there are people in the medical community, quite frankly, that are doing the same thing at the end of life with brain death. They're trying to, Maria Federica made a brilliant point when she said that the child is conceived in secret. Yes, there's human instrumentality. You have to choose to have conjugal relations with your spouse. But the actual act of creating that child is only indirect. The active component, the direct component, is God's intervention that molds that child in the mother's womb. Right? At the end of life, the soul is also indirect. The moment when God takes the soul, That's his action, right? We can certainly do things to accompany the person, to love them, to support them. But there's an immateriality, right? That it's the relation between God and the soul. And now we want to redefine that based on a physical organ. And we want to take dominion of that which belongs to Christ. So whether you do it at the beginning of human life or you do it at the end of human life, the principle is the same. You're subjecting to human manipulation, to human control, that which belongs exclusively to God. And that is gravely sinful.
Thank you very much. And are we taking a break now, Jane?
Maybe a 2-minute break, and then we've got to continue because we've got a visual mass.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want me to say it? Okay. We're going to take a break right now for 2 minutes, and we'll resume again.
I'm Maria Federica from Ave Maria University in Florida. Welcome to our 7th and final panel of this conference. The title of the panel is Gender Ideology, Cultural and Legal Pressures to Change Church Teachings on Homosexuality. Our first speaker and our keynote is Abigail Faval, and she's giving a talk based on the book The Genesis of Gender, A Christian Theory. There's a full bio if you would just follow the link, but I'll give you a little background here. She has a PhD in English literature, and she's an author and a professor at the McGrath Institute for Church Life at the University of Notre Dame. I highly recommend her, I'll call it her witness testimony that is contained in her first book called Into the Deep. I read it a few years ago and was very moved by it. So without further ado, I give you Abigail.
All right, well, I'm very honored to be here, and kudos to you. Third day, I don't know what time it is, 3:30 p.m. here, so we can do it. All right, so I'm going to give a talk today, and I want to try to be mindful of time. Actually, let me start my stopwatch. So here's a brief outline of the talk I'm going to give today. I'm going to begin by giving just a slight overview, a bird's eye view of what's happening throughout the West when it comes to gender identity, especially among young people. So the figures that I'm going to be discussing are about young people or minors specifically. And then I'm going to go into the development of gender theory, where it came from, what its primary presuppositions are. Then I will give a brief overview about some of the direct responses to gender theory that have come from the papacy in recent years, and then highlight some of the ways in which gender theory inverts many of the premises of the Catholic faith. So first, current trends. Over the past decade, new claims and questions about gender identity have gained prominence throughout the Western world, and this has prompted a sea change in how people conceptualize and articulate their self-understanding, especially when it comes to gender. So here's a little bit of a chart that shows the contrast between pre-2010 or so and post-2010 or so. So prior to around 2010, trans identification was a rare phenomenon, and those seeking sexual reassignment were overwhelmingly adult men. Childhood gender dysphoria did occur, but that was exceedingly rare, and it mostly affected boys. And those children were not medically transitioned or even labeled transgender. There's also, in fact, a robust study of literature on early onset gender dysphoria in children, and with consistent findings that gender-related distress for a vast majority of those children would alleviate in adolescence for around 80 to 85%. However, since 2010, there has been a sharp increase in trans identification, and the demographics have shifted in several key ways. For the first time, more females than males are seeking sex reassignment, and the average age has plummeted to late adolescence. We've also begun to see a rising phenomenon of what's called late-onset gender dysphoria that doesn't arise in childhood but comes on later, again, mostly in young women. So how sharp was this rise? This is a graphic from the Tavistock Clinic in the UK, and it's a helpful source of data because every young person seeking transition in the UK would be funneled through this clinic. So as you can see, there's a pretty sharp rise starting around 2014 or so. But then what's interesting, the gray colors here that you can see, this is the most recent data. And so you can see there's a slight dip in 2020 during COVID when it was much harder to actually get seen. But then after that COVID dip, you see the most precipitous rise yet. And the referrals almost double post-COVID. So we actually have seen even more of an increase since COVID. So in a single decade, the number of young people seeking gender reassignment rose by 3,600%. That's a comma, 3,600%. Now this is again UK statistics, but this has been a trend that's consistent across the West. Europe, North America, New Zealand, Australia have all documented similar increases in gender dysphoria among young people. In the United States, where I often speak in a US context, it's harder to get clear numbers because we have a decentralized healthcare system. But a recent study from this year found that 43% of trans-identified people in the United States are below the age of 25. and that trans identification in that age bracket has doubled in the past 5 years. An even more recent study found that a surge of diagnoses in gender dysphoria among young people in the United States. So over the past 5 years, over 120,000 children have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and those numbers tripled between 2017 and 2021. And again, those are just children who are actually seeking medical attention for this. That wouldn't even include someone, for example, who identifies as non-binary but hasn't actually been diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Accompanying these trends is the rise of a new medicalization model. So prior to 2007, again, this is in the United States, there were no pediatric gender clinics at all. Medically transitioning children was not yet a thing. But now there are over 60 pediatric gender clinics in the US, so specializing in children. And if we include all clinics that provide hormonal interventions to minors, that number balloons to nearly 300. Planned Parenthood clinics, for example, provide cross-sex hormones on an informed consent basis without a thorough evaluation or even physician oversight. Now, this medicalized model, this medicalized response to gender dysphoria among minors, has also gained political and legal prominence in the US, at least at the federal level. Here's an interesting contrast. In 2016, the Obama administration reviewed all the existing research on sex reassignment surgery and concluded that these procedures would not be covered by Medicare because the efficacy of such procedures remains inconclusive. However, the current HHS of the Biden administration now endorses those exact same procedures, even though there has been no groundbreaking study that supports that change. So that's where we are, but how did we get there? The answer to that question is extremely complex. I did write a whole book about it if you're interested. But one key factor has been the rise of gender identity theory. So in my book, I talk about a conceptual revolution, and that's mainly what I'm going to talk about today. But I also want to highlight the fact that this conceptual revolution unfolded in tandem with a contraceptual revolution. So the technology, for example, to manipulate hormones to change the appearance of secondary sex characteristics, that technology is the same technology that produced the birth control pill, and those things began in the same time in the 1950s, right? So the technological innovation is also a really important part of the story here that I'm not able to go into as much detail about. So let's look at the conceptual revolution. So gender identity theory. I don't know if you've ever seen the gender unicorn there. So this is a really common meme or a really common illustration. You'll see these at college orientations. You'll see them in schools. So this is all over the place. But it provides a snapshot about what gender identity theory is. So according to gender identity theory, one's identity as a man or a woman, or both or neither, is based solely on subjective self-perception. You can see the thought bubble that the unicorn has, gender identity, and you'll see that that indicates whether one is female or woman. So it's not even just woman, it's actually female. So even sex has also been subsumed into gender identity, and that is about self-concept, that thought bubble pointing to the brain. So this theory separates gender from biological sex and roots sex identity in self-perception rather than the body. And in cases where there's a felt incongruence between gender identity and bodily sex, this model affirms the subjective sense of gender over the objective fact of biological sex and recommends the process of transitioning to identify with the thought bubble, if that makes sense. So where did this understanding of gender come from? Well, I'll jump in the story with existentialist feminist Simone de Beauvoir. Prior to the mid-1950s, gender was a generic term meaning category or kind. And in her 1949 book, The Second Sex, Simone de Beauvoir doesn't actually use the term gender, right? It's called the second sex. She doesn't even use it. It wasn't around at the time in this usage. However, she introduces a concept that the term gender would soon come to name, and that's expressed in her well-known line, "One is not born, but rather becomes a woman." So that statement is the mustard seed of contemporary gender theory. So she's drawing a distinction here between the idea of woman and female. She's arguing that a woman is a social and cultural fabrication that is layered onto the biological reality of femaleness. So this move prefigures the turn toward the concept of gender that would begin in the following decade, the 1950s, and then really take hold in the 1970s, largely through the work of psychologist John Money. So John Money was the first person who coined the term gender identity and gender role. And he was also one of the first advocates of a tabula rasa view of the human person. So we are products primarily of culture rather than nature. That was his belief. So Money argued that biological sex has no intrinsic connection to men and women's social roles, psychologies, or behaviors. These he saw all as products of culture rather than nature, and he imported the term gender from linguistics to refer to them. John Money's most famous patient was David Reamer, who was brought to him as a baby after his penis was disfigured during a botched circumcision. David happened to be an identical twin, so Money saw an opportunity here to run essentially a controlled experiment on his theories of gender, and he convinced the boy's parents to let him raise David, the boy who'd been injured, as a girl, renamed Brenda, and then the other twin would just remain male. So David was subjected to further surgeries, given the name and identity Brenda, and then Money saw the boys throughout their childhood. Eventually, David learned the truth about his sex. He rejected his female identity, and he tried to have a normal life. He got married, he adopted children, but then unfortunately he committed suicide in 2004 at the age of 38, just 2 years after his twin brother killed himself in a drug overdose. So, Money's experiment failed catastrophically. His theories about the malleability of gender, namely its disconnection from sexed embodiment, proved not only to be erroneous but actually fatal for his two research subjects. But unfortunately, that tragedy took decades to play out. So they died in the early 2000s, but it was in the 1960s that Money begins to publish this concept of gender and gender identity. And it really takes hold in the academy, especially through second wave feminist theory. So in the 1970s, second wave feminists, they latched onto this concept of gender because they saw it as a site of resistance to essentialism, or the idea that men and women are innately different. So second wave feminists distinguished between sex as a basic biological reality and gender as a collection of socially constructed norms and ideals that are associated with sex. So that's the classic sex-gender split of feminist theory. And you can understand why that distinction appealed to feminists, because it facilitated an important move beyond reductive and sometimes misogynistic definitions of what it means to be a woman. So historically, arguments might be made appealing to natural weaknesses or deficiencies in women and would use those as a justification to deny them, for example, education or other rights. So the concept of gender allowed feminists to better resist those narratives. However, in the late 1980s, this sex-gender split began to unravel thanks to the work of Judith Butler, who is really the godmother of gender theory. So Butler ups the ante of social constructionism. She asserts that biological sex itself, not just gender, is a social fabrication. So here's a quote from her work. "Female no longer appears to be a stable notion. Its meaning is as troubled and unfixed as woman." So Butler leans into many of the ideas that are asserted by Simone de Beauvoir, but she takes them to new extremes. Near the end of The Second Sex, Simone de Beauvoir says, "Nothing is natural." And for Butler, that statement is a foundational premise. Nothing is natural. So even the idea that humankind is characterized by two sexes that are biologically complementary, for Butler, that's a social fiction rather than a matter of fact. Instead, our invention of that category is what creates the perception that sex is real. So Judith Butler's philosophy is fundamentally anti-realist. She sees truth and reality as constructs of language and power, social power. So in this perspective, truth is always suspended in air quotes. It's ultimately unknowable or even non-existent, but rather what remains is power. So knowledge is not a matter of discerning or recognizing what is true, because truth itself is a construction of power. So gender theory, in the mode of Butler, is fundamentally anti-realist. It rejects the idea that sex and gender, so female, male, man, woman, it rejects the idea that those words name something real. Instead, those concepts are seen as linguistic power moves that create the illusion of something real. And yet, we regularly hear in rhetoric on social media emphatic claims about reality. Trans women are women, or sex is a spectrum. Those statements are making assertions about what is real. That is gender identity theory speaking. So it's a new kind of essentialism that has emerged from Butlerian gender theory. So there's a reification turn that's happening here. To reify means to make real. So we have the radical social constructionism of Butler that dethrones the reality of sexual difference. So she clears the deck. She strips the words sex and gender of any inherent meaning. And clearing the deck, that anti-realism cleared the way for a new realism that's based not on the objective, intelligible, sensible world, but on one's subjective sense of self. So now all the words and concepts that used to refer to sex are now attached to gender identity, which again is something that's identified purely subjectively. Thus, femaleness is now a feeling. Maleness is now a feeling, and that feeling constitutes an identity claim that is an unquestionable absolute. So interestingly, this is almost a direct reversal of the sex-gender split from second-wave feminism, right? Where sex is the fact and gender is the social construct that is layered onto that. Now, sex is the construct, right? It's a spectrum, it's assigned at birth. But gender identity, that's what's real. And that's what has the determinative power over identity. But as I hope you can see, there are tensions here between gender theory in the kind of Butler and feminist theory mode and gender identity theory. And that creates an interesting paradox. So on the one hand, we have the idea that gender is a social construct, right? You probably hear that all the time. If you teach students, you'll probably hear them say, gender is a social construct, right? So that is expressing the idea that gender is something external to the self. It's something imposed upon us by society. That's a really different claim than the claim of gender identity theory that says gender is real, innate, immutable, and I can know this about myself. But what happens is that we see these two definitions constantly conflated. So there's a lot of equivocation going on. And here's an example I'll show you from the Associated Press style book in the United States. They just issued a new style book for writing about gender issues. And you can see here in the style book, there are two different definitions of gender that are given. The first one, a social construct encompassing a person's behaviors, intrinsic identity, and appearance. So they just try to shove everything into the bucket there, right? But then we also have gender identity. And here it is a person's sense of feeling male, female, neither, or some combination of both. Often just gender will suffice. So we have two completely different definitions of gender that are now, journalists are being told to use this word to mean wildly different things. And these ideas don't cohere. Now, you could say that, of course, we internalize social constructs and they become innate identities, but that's not what proponents of gender identity theory are saying. No, they argue that gender identity is a truth so profound that you can realize it at a very young age, and your body must be brought into alignment with that inner truth. And in fact, that inner truth might actually be at odds with your socialization as a girl or a boy, right? So a little boy who feels like he's a girl, well, he's been socialized as a boy, right? But his gender identity is this pre-social essence that is so immutable that we have to alter the body in order to make those cohere. So gender identity theorists are making realist or essentialist claims about gender. He is a boy trapped in a girl's body. And these claims depend upon the anti-realism that rejects sexual difference. But then there's this pivot that happens as this new realism of gender identity is asserted. Another example of the dependence on anti-realism is clear in how gender identity theory talks about biological sex. Maybe you've heard the phrase sex assigned at birth. That's now very common parlance, even in medical journals. The word assigned here, of course, is very philosophically loaded. It conveys the idea that biological sex is something that is imposed by a physician at birth, rather than an objective fact that is recognized and recorded. This phrase, assigned at birth, has an interesting history. It was coined only in reference originally to babies that had very complex disorders of sexual development, and there would be apparent sexual ambiguity at birth. And so in those very rare cases, sometimes a sex would have to temporarily be assigned. But in gender identity theory, that terminology is now used in reference to all births, as if all human beings are born sexually ambiguous. So again, we have a denial of biological sex, that anti-realism, but then it's followed by an assertion that one's true sex can be determined by an inner sense of self that is deeply real. So how has the church responded to gender theory? I mean, of course, you could argue that the Catholic doctrines of creation and human anthropology, and thus the entire story of the creation, fall, and redemption, are at odds with gender theory. And so any church declaration on those subjects is implicitly a critique of gender identity theory. However, since the early 2000s, we begin to see an explicit rejection of gender identity theory from the papacy. So I'm going to give several quotes. The first two are from Pope Benedict XVI, and he apparently found the occasion of Christmas to be an opportune time to critique gender theory, because 4 years apart, he gives 2 Christmas homilies on this. But it is a good time, right? It's a feast of the Incarnation. So if gender identity theory is true, the Incarnation makes no sense. All right, so Benedict says that if the church speaks of the nature of the human being as man and woman and demands that this order of creation be respected, that is not some antiquated metaphysics. What is involved here is faith in the Creator and a readiness to listen to the language of creation. To disregard this would be the self-destruction of man himself, and hence the destruction of God's own work. What is often expressed and understood by the term gender ultimately ends up being man's attempt at self-emancipation from creation and the Creator. Man wants to be his own master and alone, always and exclusively, to determine everything that concerns him. Yet in this way, he lives in opposition to the truth, in opposition to the Creator Spirit. 4 years later, again in a Christmas homily, he says, "It is now becoming clear that the very notion of being, of what human really means, is being called into question." The famous saying of Simone de Beauvoir, see, he saw it too. "One is not born a woman, but becomes so." That lays the foundation for what is put forward today under the term gender as a new philosophy of sexuality. The profound falsehood of this theory and of the anthropological revolution contained within it is obvious. People dispute the idea that they have a nature given by their bodily identity, and that serves as the defining element of the human being. They deny their nature and decide that it is not something previously given to them, but that they make it for themselves. The manipulation of nature, which we deplore when it comes to our environment, is now becomes man's fundamental choice where he himself is concerned. That last bit. When the freedom to be creative becomes the freedom to create oneself, then necessarily the maker himself is denied, and ultimately man too is stripped of his dignity as a creature of God. Pope Francis has been even more extensive on his critique of gender theory. He's expanded Benedict's critique, and he routinely speaks against the claims of gender theory in interviews, addresses, and in 2 encyclicals thus far. Numerous times, I count at least 3, he's referred to gender theory as a form of, quote, ideological colonization, end quote. Like his predecessor, Francis sees gender theory as a rejection of the doctrine of creation, and he builds upon Benedict's call for a human ecology. I don't have time to go over all the times Francis has talked about against gender theory, but I will just point out a few examples. So in 155 in Laudato Si, that entire paragraph is just a beautiful work of theology. The acceptance of our body as a gift from God is vital for welcoming and accepting the entire world as gift from the Father. Whereas thinking that we enjoy absolute power over our own bodies turns often subtly into thinking we can enjoy absolute power over creation. Then he goes on to say that valuing one's own body in its masculinity or femininity is necessary. We have to accept the gifts of being man or woman. The last sentence, it is not a healthy attitude which would seek to cancel out sexual difference because it no longer knows how to confront it. So that's a direct jab at gender theory there. And in Amoris Laetitia, number 56, Francis explicitly highlights the challenge of what he, quote, an ideology of gender that denies the difference and reciprocity in nature of a man and woman, and that, quote, radically separates personal identity from sexual difference. And this amounts to a repudiation of the doctrine of creation. He says, let us not fall into the sin of trying to replace the Creator. We are creatures and not omnipotent. Creation is prior to us and must be received as gift. The last example I want to pull from Francis is an address to the Pontifical Academy for Life, where he spoke out against gender theory once again. The recent proposal to advance the dignity of a person by radically eliminating sexual difference, and as a result, our understanding of man and woman, is not right. Instead of combating wrongful interpretations of sexual difference, such a proposal would merely eliminate it. The biological and psychological manipulation of sexual difference, which biomedical technology can now make appear as a simple matter of personal choice, which it is not, exclamation point, runs the risk of dismantling the energy source that feeds the covenant between man and woman, making it creative and fruitful. As both Francis and Benedict make clear in no uncertain terms, gender theory inverts the roles of creature and creator. And this foundational inversion sparks a cascade of interrelated inversions that I will end by briefly going through. First, the relationship, the role between creator and creature is inverted. In gender theory, we are the creators. There is no God, no divine creator. There is no created order that is good, of which we are a part. This creates a distorted anthropology, a fragmented anthropology, right, as we heard earlier. If you just think about that unicorn, what a fragmented anthropology, right? The human being split into all these disparate parts. That body-soul composite, or to use Genesis language, the earthling made animate by divine breath, that's replaced by the gender unicorn, a piecemeal self, and the body that is an object with no intrinsic meaning. Rather, the body must be inscribed with meaning. The body is a project rather than a gift. Gender theory also inverts the roles of human speech and divine speech. In the cosmologies of Genesis, divine speech makes reality, and human speech describes reality. But in gender theory, this is inverted. We create what is real through our words. Both of the Genesis cosmologies depict a particular relationship between language and reality. In the first account, we have God using language ex nihilo to create the cosmos. He draws order and being out of nothingness. In the second account, the man uses language to name what God creates. Reality then exists prior to our naming it, and our language is true and meaningful only insofar as it corresponds to what exists. Now, the constructionist view of language in gender theory is a complete inversion of that correspondence view. In this understanding, no, it is human speech that makes reality. It is my self-declaration that I am male that makes that real. And there's no inherent meaning in the world to name. Gender theory also rejects the very concept of human nature. Nothing is natural. There is no givenness to the world, to our own bodies. Instead, the great demiurge is culture. This inversion is visible in gender identity theory as well, because the cultural stereotypes of masculinity and femininity become signals of a person's true gender, right? So that little boy who likes to play with My Little Ponies, even though he is objectively male, because he happens to like something that's culturally coded as feminine, we think, oh, he must really be a girl. There's also an interesting reversal of ethics and metaphysics. So for example, if you read trans philosophy, like by philosopher Tanya May Betcher at Berkeley, it becomes really clear that the question of what a woman is, for example, is secondary to what is deemed harmful. So in this person's work, Betcher starts with the assertion that misgendering someone is harmful, a form of violence, and therefore we must have a vision of reality that avoids that harm. So the ethics precedes the metaphysics, if that makes sense. There is no concept, again, of human nature, and thus there's no concept of human flourishing that is the fullness or the perfection of our nature. We also see an inversion of the objective and the subjective. So instead of testing our perceptions and interpreting our experiences in light of what is real, the assertion of lived experience becomes the ultimate authority. Thus, we are no longer formed by God's self-revelation. Instead, he is formed by ours. Gender theory, including its latest iteration, gender identity theory, does not simply transgress one or two Catholic teachings. It represents an entire worldview inversion. It is Catholicism's dark mirror. And while following Francis's example, we must generate models of accompaniment to listen to and walk alongside persons who may subscribe to gender theory. Such accompaniment will only be successful if those who are doing the accompanying, those who are doing the listening, are well-formed and well aware that the framework of gender theory is at odds with the faith. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. It's alarming how the deepest identity of the human being is being dismantled and up for grabs. So we have...
Or else, if you scooch over, I'll sit right here so I can see my presentation, if that's okay.
I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, who is Teresa Farnan. She has a PhD in medieval studies from Notre Dame, and she is the founder of Person and Identity Project, which she founded to help the church combat gender ideology. She also has on her bio that she has 10 children, which I think is her greatest achievement, so I didn't want to fail to say that. But you'll find a fuller bio, and please do explore the website, Person and Identity Project. There's just a lot of wonderful work being done there. It's very commendable. So I'm sorry, but the title of Teresa's talk is You Do You, Christian Anthropology and the Battle for the Hearts, Minds, and Souls of Catholic Youth and Young Adults.
All right. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you, Jane, for the invitation. And I want to thank my support people at home at Person and Identity and Ethics and Public Policy Center who've been so supportive in all our work in this field. Abigail gave a great introduction. It was so helpful. So and honestly, throughout this whole conference, I feel like we've been doing a lot of the background work. So I'm going to skip over some parts that, not because I think they're unimportant, but because we've covered them so far. And I'll refer to the speakers who I think have covered them. Okay, I want to start with, am I doing this right? Oh, I've got to go up. Okay. Why don't you want to just do it? Okay. All right. I want to just start by pointing out that throughout the papacy of Pope Francis, he's encouraged us to be attentive to those who are on the margins, the people who are marginalized. And he himself met with a Spanish woman who identified as transgender, who had undergone body modification surgery and now called herself Diego. And he reminded us to accompany but not abandon people. But here I'd like to point out a new group of marginalized persons that have stepped out of the shadows and now is asking to be seen, acknowledged, and accompanied. And these are people who are known as detransitioners, young people who had rejected their given sexual identities and altered their body in disfiguring and often permanent ways, believing themselves to be transgender or non-binary. But then through long processes that vary through each of them, they find themselves recovering the truth of who they are. And so this is a young woman named Prisha Mosley who started a GoFundMe page to fund for her own breast reconstruction. And in her GoFundMe, she writes, "When I was 15, I began transitioning from female to male. This was the biggest mistake of my life. I medically destroyed my body, and I am in extreme grief. I have borderline personality disorder and was suffering from anorexia at the time doctors were allowing me to transition. No one looked into my past, my trauma, my suffering. They just changed my body." The tragedy of her experience, I think, is increasingly demanding a response. And as Abigail detailed, we increasingly have skyrocketing rates of young persons who are transitioning. But it's a problem not only for individuals like Prisha who have already harmed their bodies, but it is a problem for so many of our young people who are educated in public schools. 90% of our youth are educated in public schools. And as Abigail pointed out, they are being infused with this steady diet of gender ideology. And so what I'd like to do in today's talk, in light of the pressure that is building both from within and from without the Catholic Church to conform to the spirit of the world on this issue, I would like to really focus on outlining, given the time constraints, the irreconcilable clash between gender ideology and Christian anthropology. Paul used that word too, clash. It is a clash. These are irreconcilable anthropologies. And I'm going to talk in a little bit more detail than Abigail about the reality of gender transitioning and why transitioning is objectively harmful. I will go through Catholic teaching on this, and I will even confront the claims of some Catholic theologians who seek to change the Church's teaching. And then I will very briefly describe our work at Person and Identity. So who are we? Well, Christian anthropology gives us a narrative of who we are. As human beings, we are created male or female, and each one of us is created whole body, whole sex, either male or female, with every single sex displaying this difference. In almost all cases, the sex of a baby or even an unborn child is observable and obvious. In rare cases, there might be a disorder of sexual development, but in 99.98%, the person's sex, even with a disorder of sexual development, can be determined. A disorder of sexual development, by the way, is not a third sex or no sex. It is rather a reminder of the limits of science and medicine. Maria talked about how meaningful sex is, and so I'm not going to, oh dear, I want to go back. Can you move it back? I want to go back to that. And so I'm not going to cover that. She also go back to the Christian anthropology slide. Nope, other way. There we go. She talked about complementarity, and we've heard a lot about sexual difference as well. I want to focus, though, on and how important this understanding of the person is, not only for your self-understanding, but for virtue and for catechesis. This account of the unity of the person, this unity of body and soul that Paul talked about so brilliantly in his presentation, is important not only for integrating a realist metaphysics with anthropology and ethics, but it is the crucial foundation to the moral teachings of our faith by asserting the unity of the acting person, body, and soul. And in addition, it provides for an understanding of crucial theological teachings, such as the incarnation of our Lord as masculine, as a man, as well as the Church's teaching on marriage and family. And finally, I want to point out that much of Christian anthropology is borne out by how we experience the world. It is compatible with a realist metaphysics and reflects an intuitive awareness of human nature. Christian anthropology is a universally applicable teaching. It is a beautiful, rich teaching that supports families, couples, and culture. It is not true because the church teaches it. Rather, the church teaches it because it is true. Okay? And now I'd like to contrast the anthropology of gender ideology. Gender ideology, I think we can say, has two components, and I know Abigail talked at length about the inherent contradictions, and I'd like to kind of take it a step further, which is to say that what we're dealing with now is no longer gender theory, but it is an underlying philosophy of a project of queer theory, and the project that issues from it, which is namely queering culture. And this is, by the way, why it is termed an ideology, because it compels action. It's not simply a philosophy. So what is queer theory? Well, it's an amalgamation of postmodern theory, feminism, gender theory, Marxism, and other ideas. It rejects the binary of sex identity, challenges the stability and knowability of sexual identity, and deconstructs the heteronormative family, as they would put it. Queering culture is essentially a negative project on both a personal and social level, smashing social norms and boundaries and destroying everything that limits or restricts the person's assertion of freedom. And ultimately, it rejects sexual difference in the family and thus human nature itself. Now, as filtered through social media, culture, and education, queer ideology involves crude assertions that rely on stereotypes. And these pictures, the genderbread person, which, by the way, is shopped out to the developing world through USAID as part of our aid packages, and the gender unicorn, which was set up by the Trans Student Education Resource Center, as well as our Canadian version, the gender elephant, are used to catechize and evangelize. And I use those terms specifically because these graphic illustrations are downloadable as coloring pages so that even small children can use them to parse out their personal identity. As Abigail mentioned, your identity has various dimensions. Your self-perception, which is your gender identity, your gender expression, how you dress or act. Some of these, the latest version of the genderbread person has anatomical parts as a section. Let's see, here we go, we have it, which is what are your male or female reproductive parts. Sex assigned at birth is the least meaningful category, and even romantic attraction and emotional attraction. It is self-defined, fluid, and variable, and premised on the rejection of the significance of sex. Thus, for young persons, gender identity becomes the primary means of self-actualization and self-validation. You possess complete autonomy because only you can know and decide who you are. And as a result, our children are absorbing a dualist view of the person, where personhood is inherent in the mind or the will. You are the sum of your desires, your feelings about yourself. The body exists as raw material with no intrinsic meaning, acting as a canvas on which to project one's gender identity to others. Increasingly, in public discourse, the body is reduced to parts and function, often expressed in demeaning, misogynistic language. Women are no longer women, but they are persons with front holes or bleeders. The body is so irrelevant to who you are that propaganda aimed at children asserts literally that you can be a boy trapped in a girl body or vice versa. And as a result of this intensive catechesis, the child is actually unlearning the natural knowledge of the unity of the body and soul, of the permanence and knowability of the sexed body, and the complementarity of men and women whose bodies are ordered toward having children. And in its place, the child is taught that the body and soul are not necessarily united, but that only by accident of birth does the body align with a person's authentic identity. And more significantly, the child is taught that God, the creator, is irrelevant. Who decides your identity? You decide it, based on feelings and desires. Even worse, true to its postmodern roots, genderqueer theory insists that everything exists on a spectrum, including the sexed body. The child learns that nothing about the person, even the body, even nature, is permanent or stable. And I will add that the persistence or reemergence of negative emotions, even though feelings are the arbiter of your identity, but that is never a sign that the newly embraced identity is at odds with reality, but instead is a sign that further measures are needed to align the body with the true self. And then finally, I want to note that the inclusion of sexual attraction and emotional attraction really served to muddy the waters for young people, sending the message that the young person who is emotionally unready for sexual intimacy might just be trans, or that other young persons struggling with mental health issues who feel no sexual desires now assume that they are asexual or non-binary. If gender identity ideology merely stopped with distorting the young person's understanding of themselves, we'll go by, it would be extremely harmful, but it acts as a corrosive solvent on family relationships, disrupting and redefining natural bonds and relationships. Activists groom children online to go no contact with families that are deemed insufficiently supportive. The threat of death by suicide is held over the heads of parents, dismantling their natural opposition to the dangers posed by gender identity ideology. As parents are given a Hobson's choice, would you rather have a dead daughter or a live son? Gender transitions are hidden from parents by schools, psychologists, and doctors until parents are deemed sufficiently supportive, with the child absorbing the unmistakable message that unsupportive parents are the enemy. And finally, the threat of parents removing children from the custody of unsupportive parents looms over families whose children are seduced by this cult. And this is a woman whose child was taken away from the state, taken away from her by the state of California, only to jump in front of a train 2 years later. And in the course of those 2 years, the mother only had supervised visitations and was forbidden to mention God. This is what we're doing. But the damage done to gender identity done by gender identity ideologies, these are very radical claims, and the underlying message for children is, you do you, only you can know, okay? But I want to point out that the damage done extends far beyond the child's understanding of him or herself or his or her relationship with God and family. In fact, there is an entire industry built around medicalizing children whose perception of themselves is organized around rejecting his or her natal sex. In the past, if a child was left alone, 80% of these cases would resolve, and it was just a tiny, tiny number of young people. And now what we're seeing is that as soon as a child goes down the path of gender affirmation, only 3% of the cases resolve. So we are disrupting the natural course of this disease. So what does this look like? And by the way, also want to point out, here's a physician from the University of Chicago Hospital saying, sometimes parents will say, I want to make sure my child is really trans. I turn to the child and say, what gender identity do you have? There's no form, there's no scale, no psychological battery of tests that need to be done, okay? All right, so what are the stages? Well, the first stage is what we could call psychosocial transition, which is typically seen as a benign form of transition, but actually gets the child to rehearse a role. They begin to rehearse what it looks like trying on this desired role, and it serves to separate them even farther from their peers. Again, every child is potentially trans, so this is a measure that schools eagerly are offering to young people. It is deemed to be completely irreversible and totally safe, but it also involves, especially in adolescence, the practices of binding and tucking, wearing a binder to restrict your breasts, which can cause fractured ribs, or taking tape and literally taping your genitals inside your body, which runs the risk of testicular torsion. Social transition in childhood is a strong predictor of gender dysphoria, and I think the latest numbers from a survey from Harvard was that 95% of kids who socially transitioned went on to medically transition. So the next stage would be medical transition, beginning with puberty blockers, which is drugs such as Lupron, which we know from a long history are extremely strong and actually fairly dangerous drugs, which should only be used in very drastic cases of either prostate cancer or precocious puberty, although some of the children who were treated with precocious puberty now are experiencing osteoporosis in their 20s. So puberty blockers are intended to suppress or delay natural puberty, but they are associated with risks of significant bone density loss, delayed brain maturation, and even the risk of swelling in the brain. Cross-sex hormones also cause irreversible damage. And that would be a young woman going on testosterone or a young man taking estrogen. Irreversible changes occur, including changes to voice, hair loss for women. That's a huge one. You would not believe how tragic that is as they begin to come out of this. Genital atrophy. Many of the young women who take testosterone end up having hysterectomies because it becomes so painful. Metabolic syndromes, high risks of blood clots, all are common side effects. And the combination of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones effectively sterilizes the child. So these are children who are mentally unwell, struggling with many issues, and the combination of these medications will sterilize them. Finally, surgical transition involves performing surgical body modifications, interventions, carving up the body literally to create the appearance of the desired identity by amputating breasts, performing hysterectomies, mutilating genitalia, performing facial and vocal surgeries to eradicate any trace of the child's or the individual's natal sex. And it is being done on children. We have research papers by Johanna Olsen Kennedy and other researchers showing double mastectomies performed on 13-year-olds and genital surgery performed on 18-year-olds. Well, what does that look like? This is what it looks like. The young woman on the bottom is a woman who had a phalloplasty and now has a colostomy bag and put out a heart-wrenching video, Phalloplasty Ruined My Life, parts 1, 2, and 3. Those two young girls on the top who look so traumatized are cousins. They do everything together, including getting their double mastectomies. Look at the trauma in their eyes. This picture over here of the mother with her two children. It's a young woman who had a double mastectomy, even though her body mass index was disqualifying. There, posing with one of her siblings whose body language communicates extreme distress and discomfort, crossed legs, clutching a teddy bear. All the while, the mother who is, I can't even imagine how you would agree to this, but thinks their problems are over. In these texts, I have some of the testimony from Richie Herron, a bright and articulate civil servant from Newcastle who's suing the NHS. He states it takes him 10 minutes to empty his bladder. His crotch is numb, shell-shocked with the damage. His first thought as he came around was, oh God, what have I done? According to Richie Herron, not one professional explored whether mental health issues may have led him to believe he was trans. What makes a child vulnerable to this? Well, 88% of these children have mental health issues. They're universally struggling and incredibly vulnerable. Other risk factors include autism. 30% of children with trans identification are on the autistic spectrum. Previous trauma, including sexual trauma, unresolved grief, body issues, etc. Now, all of these drastic issues, you might say, and this is the argument, that this could be justified because these are children who are at high risk of suicide. So we need to do this. Just like a cancer patient has chemo, we need to do this to prevent them from dying. But is that borne out by the evidence? No. Laura Edwards-Leeper, who is a doctor who performs transgender medicine, if I remember correctly, was one of the founders of the clinic in Boston Children's, which was the first clinic, has stated there's no evidence teens commit suicide if they are not permitted to transition. Their high rates of suicide are consistent with similar mental health issues. At all stages of transition, their suicide rate spikes after 6 years. Okay? And we can see there was a widely trumpeted article saying hormones and surgery reduce mental health visits and suicides, and 1 year later, that journal quietly walked it back. Michael Biggs in the UK did a study on the children waiting to transition at the Tavistock Clinic and found that actual suicide deaths were rare. Now, any suicide is a tragedy, but to take a child with mental health issues and to compound their mental health issues by destroying their body is unconscionable and so unethical, so beyond comprehension. So what we have here, we have radically incompatible ways of looking at the person, while Christian anthropology supports a holistic, integrated view of the person and sexuality that through subsidiarity and solidarity respects intermediary institutions like the family and seeks to promote human flourishing through respect for nature, human person, and family. Gender ideology is a destructive ideology that targets extremely vulnerable children and young adults, subverts social norms, encourages young persons to engage in medicalized self-harm, and deconstructs and shatters family, leaving the most vulnerable children and young men and women defenseless. Gender activists are modern-day Pied Pipers, seducing children to leave family, faith, and even themselves behind in pursuit of the elusive myth of gender euphoria. Now, the church has clear teaching on gender ideology and transgenderism, beginning with the Catechism of the Catholic Church, which notes that every person should acknowledge and accept his or her sexual identity, choosing that term carefully to convey the unity of the body and soul and that your identity is inseparable from your sex. The Catechism also stresses the equal dignity of men and women, the importance of complementarity, and reiterates prohibitions against amputations, mutilations, or sterilizations. John Paul II's catechesis on the theology of the body, Mulieris Dignitatem, was so crucial for emphasizing the unity of the person, body, and soul, the importance of sexual difference, and the meaning and dignity and importance of the body. His reflections on feminine genius in Mulieris Dignitatem, based on the somatic reality of the person, provide a genuine response to gender ideology's inherent misogyny as it encourages trans-identifying men to invade sports, women's colleges, women's bathrooms, and even women's prisons. And finally, John Paul II's magnificent trilogy of encyclicals, Fides et Ratio, Veritatis Splendor, and Evangelium Vitae, provide the framework for understanding the relationship between metaphysics, anthropology, and ethics that is necessary for responding to the problems of postmodern culture. In particular, Fides et Ratio warns against scientism, the belief that anything that is technically possible is therefore morally permissible, and Veritatis Splendor warns against freedom that considers the human body as raw material to be fashioned and shaped in accord with man's desires, devoid of any meaning or values until shaped by human freedom. It reaffirms that the somatic reality of the body has meaning and conveys metaphysical truths. As Holy Father Pope Benedict XVI began to sharpen the Church's focus on gender ideology, Abigail mentioned the Christmas addresses to the Curia, but in 2011, Pope Benedict had an address to the Bundestag where he developed the idea of human ecology, that man has a nature that he must accept and respect, and urged the Church to see care for human ecology as inseparable for care from the environment. And he proposed that this could be a powerful point of engagement with young people. But no pope has been more forceful in denouncing gender ideology than Pope Francis, who has referred to it as wicked and the enemy of the family, while at the same time exhorting the Church to respond to the person who has been affected with charity and pastoral care. He reminds us that accompaniment must always lead others ever closer to God, in whom we attain true freedom, and that accompaniment is not therapy supporting their self-absorption. And that's a quote from Evangelii Gaudium. Abigail mentioned Laudato Si and Amoris Laetitia, so I won't go through those. And his lamenting the ideological promotion of gender ideology as a form of ideological colonization. And I urge everyone here to broaden our understanding of ideological colonization, because it does not only mean the West sending the genderbread person into the developing world. That truly is ideological colonization. But what we have now is a situation where we are facing the ideological colonization of each and every family whose children is exposed to gender ideology. Your child on the smartphone, your child in school getting the lessons from Human Rights Campaign, your child in these public schools being forced to participate in the National Coming Out Day of Silence, is being colonized and being stripped. He is being stripped away from your own values. The CDF and the Congregation for Catholic Education have also addressed this issue in their own competencies. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through this. But I do want to talk, and the Ukrainian bishops, I should mention that, because they have a really strong statement decrying the totalitarianism of this situation. But I really want to focus a little bit on the efforts to the dissenting theologians and their attempts to undermine the Church's teaching on this issue. How do they do it? Well, they either paint the Church's response as lacking in compassion, and in the process of doing that, they avoid mentioning the teaching of the Church. The Church has clear teaching, notes Father Martin. The LGBT community has clear teaching. They're diametrically opposed, but somehow we should be able to build a bridge. But the responsibility for that is on the Church. Well, if we never talk about the teaching, how are we going to do that? How is a teaching going to be received if it is never proclaimed? And in the contrast, Francis, again, that quote from Evangelii Gaudium, notes that if you accompany someone, it becomes a sort of therapy if it ceases to be a pilgrimage to God, to Christ the Father. Okay? Other theological innovators will similarly use language that blames the church for being harsh or unforgiving, but they attempt to suggest that the church's understanding of Christian anthropology needs to be updated. And in doing so, sometimes they'll cite Cardinal Newman and say, well, Newman says doctrine can be developed. But you notice they never actually put their ideas through the rigorous test to see if it is a development or a corruption. And in fact, in some texts, you'll see lines like, well, decrying the inherent sexism of the theology of the body. Well, that doesn't sound like it would go pass muster with Newman in terms of a development or a corruption. You cannot affirm gender ideology without denying foundational church teachings on the unity of body and soul and the nature and meaning of sexual difference. You cannot affirm it without undermining Catholic social doctrine on the family, especially the rights of parents. And you cannot affirm gender ideology without violating the principles of medical ethics, especially the prohibitions against the mutilation of healthy bodies and the prohibitions against intentional sterilization. Right? These efforts, on the part of both the innovators and the persons I call the avoiders, studiously avoid acknowledging the harm that is occurring to mentally unwell young persons and children, and even autistic children through transgender medicine. There is no mention, for example, of the presence of social contagion, the emotional seduction of vulnerable kids, nor of the tangible and lasting harm that is occurring to these very children when they are castrated, undergo double mastectomies, or are bathing their developing in wrong sex hormones. Moreover, they intentionally avoid acknowledging the inevitable conflict when a young person is told that the church is becoming more open to LGBT identities and even relationships, only to find that the church's perennial teaching on human sexuality has not and cannot change. Okay? And of course, the exploitation by big pharma, the money involved is out of control. I don't have time to show charts on that, but it is staggering. It is a growing, burgeoning industry. And there was a video recently where a physician at Vanderbilt was caught on tape admitting that she persuaded her medical center to participate by making the monetary argument, okay? But I'd like to end on a more I don't want to say more positive note. I'd like to end with the document from the Congregation for Catholic Education, which is so important because it's the first, I think it's one of the first attempts on the part of the church, not just to identify that gender ideology is wrong and goes against church teaching, but to sort of break down and give reasons for it, and in particular, to propose what we should do. In 2019, the CCE issued this document, Male and Female, He Created Them, which specifically addresses how Catholic schools should respond to the challenge of gender ideology. And it goes through and gives many reasons why gender ideology is problematic. But at the end of this document, the CCE ends on what I think is a very constructive note, because it's not just diagnostic, it maps out a response that we can use not only in schools, but in parishes and dioceses. Catholic schools, Catholic parishes, Catholic dioceses must repropose Christian anthropology to cultures and communities that have forgotten or rejected it, or maybe have never heard it. Moreover, Catholic schools, Catholic dioceses, and Catholic parishes must form those who are in charge of formation so that any teacher can answer a question or a concern about gender ideology as it arises. And we have seen firsthand that if you give teachers, if you give priests and catechists the tools by breaking down what this is, explaining how it's not only opposed to the teaching of the Catholic Church, but that it is harmful to the very children whom it purports to help, If you break that down for them and explain it to them, they go forward with confidence and they embrace the teaching of the church. We have a moment of real opportunity. And this is where the Person and Identity Project has been one of, this is where our role has come into play. We have been working on developing resources for parents, family members, parishes, schools, and dioceses to equip them to respond to gender ideology, which at this moment is functioning less like a theory and more like a cult. It really is sucking children in like a cult. We offer an approach that has 3 Ps, so it's a little easy to remember. Proactive, protective, and personal. What would that look like? Well, proactive would mean you explain what's wrong, explain the teaching of the church. Protective, you give teachers strategies for how to answer things. You give them strategies for how to protect children from these cults, such as carefully discerning your curriculum resources, giving families the resources to discern what's going on, carefully screening the counselors that you bring into your schools, et cetera, shoring up your policies. And then personal, you train the teachers to look for the children who are struggling, who might be the ones who are pulled into this. And we have found that if you can do this, in light of that these teachers are able to respond as needed to these questions. We also tell them, in light of the corrosive effect of gender ideology on the natural preambles for catechesis, which would include the child's natural understanding of the person, the family, and even the stability of the created order, we advise teachers that they need to expect gaps in the child's understanding of foundational concepts and anticipate that the child's understanding of human sexuality has already been shaped by the culture. And that goes, by the way, for marriage prep and baptism courses with parents, any point of contact with persons who have been shaped by this culture. Now, I want to end by noting, in the beginning, this issue was strictly theoretical to our audiences, but now we are encountering it every time we speak, parents and even teens who have been harmed by this. Gender ideology has been a destructive, devastating force for parents and children, and it is going to prove to be destructive for our faith as well, stripping children away from their faith. But as Helen Alvarez so movingly explained, and I was so inspired by her presentation, just as the Catholic Church led the way on proclaiming the dignity and right to life of the unborn child, so too the Church is leading now, opposing an ideology that harms some of the most vulnerable among us. No other church has the intellectual resources or theological tradition to draw on. I've spoken to Protestant groups. They come up to me afterwards and say, "That was amazing. Where did you get that?" And it's our faith. It is our faith. Nothing original. I do nothing original. No, now, as some of the European countries are beginning to back away from harmful gender transition for minors, as lawsuits are being filed in the US and the UK, as the UK closed its infamous Tavistock clinic and is again backing away from the medicalization of these children, the Church must not lose courage. For if we lose courage, we strip hope away from these desperate families that see the Church, and no matter what their faith background is, respond with gratitude for the Church's defense, both of the Church's teaching and of these vulnerable young persons. It is our call to see this opportunity. We are made and called for this moment. We need to proclaim the gospel that each of us, all of us, are fearfully and wonderfully made, and that God creates us male and female with a beautiful purpose and vocation in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful talk, Teresa, and especially for your work at the Person and Identity Project. You're really putting your money where your mouth is. Our next speaker is Jane Adolph herself, who is professor of law at the Ave Maria School of Law and founder of the International Catholic Jurist Forum and former expert at the Holy See. So she will speak to us this evening on the international pressures on the Church. So without further ado.
Okay, while we wait for a little outline to be put up on the screen, I'd like to thank the organizing committee, in particular Robert Fastigi, Janet Smith, and Deborah Savage. this was put together quite quickly because of what we knew about the publication. And I want to thank everyone that's here, everyone that took the time to come, and those that could not come and put their energies into making this what I believe is a successful and important event. So thank you. All right, is it on? Okay. All right. Okay, you got it?
It's not a PowerPoint. It's not a PowerPoint.
It's just a Word document. I have to do. That's okay. All right, sorry. We'll just take a little break here and get this sorted out. I can start right now, and I'll throw this. I'll throw the. It's going to be put on the screen. Should we be taking a break? What?
Maybe I'll go to the bathroom real quick, because I'm going to be here for still for another 2 people.
Are we?
Are you on a break? Are we alive?
No, 30 seconds.
Oh, it's,
Okay.
are we live now?
Yes,
We're live.
you can talk.
Okay, we're live. So I'm continuing. So essentially, what I'm going to be talking today is what I deem the international pressures on the Holy See to change church teachings. This last day, actually, when we were talking about it on the committee as to what we were going to do the last day, and it was about trying to sort out some of the pressures on our theologians and some of our priests and shepherds that are perhaps weakening them in their strength to be as strong as they should be. And so I am, at this point, going to be talking about the international political pressures. And if we go lower here, basically the introduction, I'm going to deal a little bit about the terminology, and then I'm going to be talking about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because if you don't know some of the anthropological points in there that actually help us, then you're not going to understand the gender wars. And I call them gender wars because they're real disputes between states within these meetings, and it gets pretty aggressive. And so on the first one I'm going to talk about is the 1990s to 2011, and that with respect to gender. And that was the social construct theory that we heard just recently. Gender Wars 2, 2011 to 2016, it's really gender orientation and gender identity. We understand that there's something different going on with gender identity. The whole expression is called SOGI. And then Gender Wars 3 is what I'm calling DIE, and that's diversity, inclusion, and equity. And Jordan Peterson, quite frankly, has been speaking about this and has a number of videos, and he is very opposed to these three terms as they're being used, and especially equity, and founds it in Marxist thought and then ties it to some of the biggest genocides we've ever seen. So it's a serious thing, and I don't think a lot of people have tuned into this new expression of what's happening. So if we go a bit to the terminology, I just want to talk about the Holy See is really what you refer to internationally. The link I had here takes you to the Holy See website. We're talking about the Pope in the narrow sense, the Pope in a larger sense in terms of his departments. The Catholic Church, we're talking about a visible and invisible faith community. The link I have here would take you to Lumen Gentium to talk about the mystery of the Church. And then Vatican City State is a territory that was created by a concordat between the Pope and Mussolini at the time in 1929. And the idea is to understand that there's distinctions between these three entities. They're obviously integrally related, but they're distinct. So the Holy See is really what you refer to as international personality on the international scale. It's the Holy See that can enter into a treaty on its own behalf, on behalf of Vatican City State, or on its own behalf and on behalf of Vatican City State. When you talk about ambassadors being accredited, they're not accredited to Vatican City State, they're accredited to the Holy See. If the Vatican City State was blown up tomorrow, the Holy See continues. That's a person. And when he acts, it's between the departments. United Nations Organization, what is that? It's an intergovernmental organization. Basically, its constitutional structure is set up in the 1945 Charter of United Nations. There's a UN chart, if you want to click onto that. And this is scary, so let's just put it up there. Let's link it so you can see what we're dealing with from the international. So if you can click on UN chart. It's C, yeah. Can we bring it up? You got to do control. Yeah. That's why I'm not going through the links. Let me describe what it is. It's a mess. You've got 6 bodies, the principal bodies on the left-hand side of the page, and then it's a sprawling document with all of the subsidiary bodies. And when you look at it, you're mesmerized by the bureaucracy. And the 6 bodies on the left-hand side are the 6 principal organs, and there's subsidiary, and then there's subsidiary organs and semi-autonomous bodies. The traditional participants in the system have been states, UN bureaucrats, and non-governmental organizations. There it is. Isn't it scary? I mean, when you look at it, that's a huge bureaucracy. On the left-hand side is when you're getting your 6 bodies. And this is the United Nations system. It's called the United Nations system because in the far right-hand corner where you see specialized agencies, those are semi-autonomous. But this is your sprawling chart, okay? In the UN Charter, it only refers to the 6, but the 6 on the left can create these bodies. All right. Technically, it used to be really what we're talking about is state v. state, and then you have the UN bureaucrats, and then you have non-governmental organizations that are accredited. Brian Scarnecchia, for example, has a non-governmental organization that's accredited. He goes to the United Nations, he takes students, and he lobbies. The International Catholic Jurist Forum is an academic institution. It's not a non-governmental organization accredited with the United Nations because we do not lobby within the United Nations. What's happening now with the World Economic Forum, I just want to point out to it, is that there's something called public-private partnerships. The World Economic Forum, if you've ever heard about this, Klaus Schwab, the COVID-19, Fulvio de Blasi is working on this on the vaccines. Essentially, he holds himself out and his group, his organization, as a political organization that enters into agreements with the United Nations system. Brian's NGO means that he has to lobby people in the lobby, in the hallway, whereas Schwab enters into agreement with states and the United Nations. He doesn't consider him a non-governmental organization. Why? Because the decision-making takes place at that level. And so we have a completely different kind of structure right now where it's private corporations, including World Economic Forum business, big tech, big farm, big banking. They're giving a lot of money. And so we've got a whole new kind of construction going on. The global elites are working together frequently and pushing through some serious things through emergency narratives and administrative regulations to implement them. That's a whole different discussion. I do that in a whole different other paper, but it's something that you should understand now. The key General Assembly is the members and you have members and non-members. The Holy See is a non-member. It doesn't have a right to vote in the General Assembly, but the members have one state, one vote. Most of they're non-binding resolutions. The Holy See is called a non-member permanent observer state. All right. Now, if you go down further, you'll get to, I have on this outline this 2004 UN General Assembly resolution. And it's kind of interesting is in the 1990s, the Holy See was so good at the negotiations, Catholics for a Free Choice, not a Catholic organization, tried to reduce its status to a non-governmental organization. Why? Because you want the Holy See put in the hallway. You don't want them part of the decision-making. And it was a huge failure, and a General Assembly resolution reaffirmed the Holy See status as a state. Even though it's a pope, and maybe the pope and his departments, it's considered a state. So that's the big picture in a nutshell. When we talk about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and why it's important when we talk about gender, is because in 1948, we got some things wrong. The document is not perfect, but there are some things that are consistent with some natural law principles, although there are some scholars that would disagree with that proposition. There is a book that's come out, I believe it's Cambridge Press, by Ian Benson, Tom Anger, and Mark Retter, and it's called, I believe it's the Cambridge Handbook on Natural Law and Human Rights. It's an excellent book. They brought together 32 or 34 natural law scholars to look at human rights, and that's something that came out in November, and it's worth, because I'm raising the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the preamble, we're really talking about the inherent human dignity, and in there they talk about male and female. So you're looking at the male person, you're talking about inherent human dignity, the value or worth of the human person, and there's references to male and female. Also, in Article 1 is one of your essential articles that does not appear anywhere else in human rights language, in the human rights documents, and it says the following: all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards another in spirit of brotherhood. In other words, when I look at that, it's the mere fact of being a human being. A human being is a person that is by nature free, endowed, meaning it's coming from outside, not being granted by a state, with reason and conscience, and relational with rights and duties. And so that's helpful if you're looking for an anthropology. Is it perfect? No, but it's helpful. And then we also know that we can talk about acquired dignity. And the acquired dignity comes because this whole document is about things that we ought to do and ought not to do. And we're acquiring dignity as we act in accordance with what we ought to do. And one of the things we're not supposed to do is torture people, kill people. And so that becomes a type of acquired dignity. So it's inherent human dignity and acquired dignity. Now, obviously, the deeper understanding of inherent human dignity from a Christian perspective is made in the image and likeness of God. You're not going to get that in this document. Okay, we're on the level of politics here. Article 16 is an important document because here you're talking about marriage in the first article, man and woman, and they make it plural, but I think the original French was man and woman. And then we have, at the end, it's the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state. Not bad. Not perfect, but not bad. Then you talk about, in other articles, Article 25, you're going to talk about how motherhood and childhood are entitled to special care and assistance. 26, you talk about parents having a prior right to choose the kind of education that should be given their children. Article 29, everyone has duties to the community, all right? And then in which alone the free and full development of the personality is possible. So there you've got your community. And Mary Ann Glendon has spent a considerable amount of time on this document, and she has this beautiful article called Knowing the Declaration. She takes you through she takes you through the history of it, and with René Cassin and how it was put together and how it's supposed to be interpreted, and you are not supposed to pick and choose. There's a proper way to read this document, and she explains it in that beautiful article, and she's got a whole book on the history of that. There's also working papers put together by Morsink, which is helpful. All right, when you understand that there's some fundamentals here that are consistent with the Christian anthropology, that has been acknowledged by Pope Benedict and others, When we start to get to the gender wars, this is what's happening, is because you're eating away at the little foundation that we have here. And so gender, if you're looking from 1990 to 2011, you have gender being gradually introduced into negotiated documents and non-binding consensus documents. And so whereas it just gets inserted into paragraphs regarding women and children. And no one really, there's no debate about the definition, because that's not what you do. That's not what you do at UN meetings. It's usually someone trying to push a word in a document because it's loaded. It's like a Trojan horse, and then somebody else tries to block it, and then someone else tries another word. And it's really not, if the document's about poverty, it's really not about the poor person. It's about exchanging ideologies and seeing whether you can get your ideology packaged up really nice into the document. And so from my time going to these UN conferences, what I realized that it was a spiritual battle. And it got to the point where I could not stay in a hotel. I had to stay at convents where you had the Blessed Sacrament, because you understand that the spiritual battle is real. This with gender came to a head with the Fourth World Conference on Beijing in China, where everybody 233 times gender's used. And so at that time, people are saying, okay, this is not just a couple of times in a woman's paragraph, what's happening? And this is the providential thing things that happen at these conferences. Because they're highly spiritual battles, there's these things that happen that help people. John Klink was the lead negotiation for the Holy See at this conference. They went up to him and they said, John, we got a problem. There's 7 genders. And he asked them, how much have you been drinking? What does that mean? And then he went home to his computer, because he had to write a memo to John Paul II. And he gets home to his computer, and he's still troubled by what he just heard. He doesn't understand it. And there's a syllabus on his computer. He had a Russian babysitter who was taking a women's studies course, and he saw it, and because he allowed her to use his computer, and the syllabus is on there, and it's gender studies. And he's going through it, and he's not understanding the syllabus, but I says to her, what is this? And she goes, I come from Russia. This is just Marxism. And I have to take this course, and it's horrible. Let me show you the syllabus. Okay, that syllabus gets circulated at this conference, and it blows up. And then you've got great delegates from Honduras and some other countries, because at that point they had their constitutions protecting life from the beginning of conception. And so, wow, what's happening? And then it gets circulated. And believe me, some of the things that they found in the mid-1990s in terms of terminology is about, that we see coming back. But terminology back then, homophobic, transphobic, sexual minority, state-sponsored homophobia, heteronormative. I mean, John was perplexed, but his Russian babysitter helped him out because she knew about the Marxism in Russia and the history. So what ends up happening is they have a working group, and the working group of 60 states get together, and they're supposed to define it. They don't define it. They come back with a non-definition, and they conclude, it's how we always understood it. Well, it was never defined, so how did you understand it? Most of the delegates thought it was a synonym for women, others a synonym for women and children, all right? Now, obviously the radical feminists had their own definition in their mind, had convinced some politicians that it's a social construct. The UN bureaucracy was pumping out non-binding documents telling it's a social construct. So at that point, they have a non-definition. For the Holy See says the non-definition is not good enough. And remember, who was leading this delegation was Marianne Glendon herself. And so they got together and put together basically a reservation that's attached to it that talks about how they define gender. Now, they give they base it in biological sex, the Holy See, but it acknowledges that not every role that we see in society, or that it's not determinative of every role. So, okay, we believe there's female and male, but just because women are female doesn't mean that they cannot be educated, they drive poorly, or whatever it is, and they say we reject that determinism. On the other hand, we reject this idea of rejecting biology. So that became an important thing that the Holy See did. You may criticize the Holy See for signing on in terms of the consensus, but John Paul II's view was accept the positive, reject the negative. Accept the positive, reject the evil. And so at that point, there was some good things in the document, and they did that. Now, radical feminists were very disappointed by that definition. We're very disappointed of that working definition of the working group. And they said that the Holy See, due to its definition, had defanged gender, because gender was supposed to exactly mean what we're dealing with right now back then. Okay? Now, I think, and then they made the argument, this is Hillary Charlesworth, who is a gender feminist, and she basically says that the thing that the Holy See was concerned about was really as including homosexuality and even bestiality. And I don't think that's an entirely accurate characterization. I mean, Ratzinger, at the time as head of the Congregation of the Faith, he had spoken about getting, and he had not used the word gender, so this is in 1985, I believe. He had said, it's necessary to get to the bottom of the demand that radical feminism draws from the widespread modern culture, namely the trivialization of sexual specificity that makes every role interchangeable between man and woman. Detached from the bond with fecundity, sex no longer appears to be a determined characteristic as a radical and pristine orientation of the person. Male, female, they are questions that for some are now viewed as obsolete, senseless, if not racist. The answer of current conformism is foreseeable. Whether one is male or female has little interest for us. We are simply humans. This in reality has grave consequences, even if it appears very beautiful and generous, end quote. That's, all right. So that's how the Beijing conference ended. And then you have, in 1998, I personally entered the scene of this mess on the international level because I was at the International Criminal Court negotiations, and at that, John Klink was there again. And one of the issues that came up with was forced pregnancy, or enforced pregnancy. And the idea, I suppose, that you impregnate, in some of these conflict situations, you can impregnate and change the dynamic of the culture depending upon whether it's a patriarch or a matriarch and how that operates. But in any event, in 1998, John Klink again and the Holy See were able to have a compromised definition, and essentially it was talking about gender as referring to male and female in the context of society, okay? Now, it's a compromised definition, and ever since then, you still have the gender feminists trying to make this equivalent to social construct, but that is the definition. That's the only definition that exists, and that's partly because the Holy See tried to end the negotiations there on that basis. I will say that the Holy See was kind enough to tell some of the NGOs. I was working as a legal consultant for an NGO at the time, and we met with John Klink, and he said, we found a definition. Some of the non-governmental organizations had thought that they could actually get their people in the room to actually eliminate gender from the document, and at that point expressed their disappointment and thought it was giving up. I thought he didn't have to tell us anything, and I thought he dealt with it as a gentleman. But we have a compromise definition. In 2011, the Holy See asked me to be on the delegation on the Commission on the Status of Women, and sure enough, right out of the gate, you had the European Union putting gender studies into the document. And I, again, providentially, I don't know why, but I had written a paper on gender in this political situation before I was asked to be in the delegation, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's like gender studies. And so the Holy See first asks, what does the European Union mean by gender studies? And the representative from the European Union, Googled and then started to talk about Judith Butler, just went off and pulled it off of Wikipedia. I just had happened to have this paper, and I had a nice little quote from Judith Butler, which has already been discussed, and I thought, well, we said we're going to block it, and they were insistent, and I said, we've got Muslim women there representing their countries. I said, well, let me just read a little quote from Judith Butler, and it was, bodies can mean anything. The feminine body could be the male body, and so I had this little quote, and then the women are on their computers, and they were, and then they're asking to take the floor, and then there's chaos, and okay, we're going to break. And then the whole rest of the meeting was a fight on gender. We bracketed gender everywhere. Now, the Holy See eventually was able to get rid of gender studies in that document, but the African group got involved and blocked the inclusion of every reference as well. And there was huge debates, and what ended up happening is it was dropped from the document, and then many delegates reaffirmed the meaning of gender as referring to women and men or male and female, and we were off to the races again. Okay, so at the end of 2011, when I look at the history of what happened, there were different understandings of gender. Gender is synonymous for women and sex or women and children. Gender meaning two sexes, male and female, within the context of society as defined by the Rome Statute. 3, gender is a social construct, promoted by gender feminists and the bureaucracy of the United Nations. And then gender is a cultural aspect of femininity and masculinity, but based on biological sex, male and female, and that was more in line with the Holy See. So that's how we finished 2011. If we go on to the gender wars 2011 and 2016, we've got a continuing saga, but the expressions are different. They're sexual orientation and gender identity. And when you put those two together, the acronym is SOGI. And then you're getting into what was just explained to us, what gender identity means. It's slightly different than gender. Okay, so we had a lobby group, an LGBT lobby group and their supporters in the United Nations, and they were pushing for a non-binding resolution in the United Nations Human Rights Council. They had been defeated before. Remember that the LGBT lobby group for years could not get accredited within the UN system because within their umbrella they had included pedophile organizations that promoted pedophilia. And so they were always blocked at the accreditation stage. Then they finally understood that you have to separate out what we're doing homosexually or from the homosexual aspect, you have to separate it out from the children, otherwise we're never going to get in. Once they get in, it's a steamrolling, and this is the irony of the whole thing. The women pushed for 20 years to get a very radical Judith Butler full-on gender theory, and within 6 years with homosexual men leading the charge, they got what they wanted. So in 2011, they were able to get a non-binding resolution in the Human Rights Council that commissioned a study, a panel discussion, and a report. How did they do that? The things you do all the time in the United Nations, if you want to make it serious, you say it's violence. People are getting harmed. There's violence. There's an emergency. Okay, they do that. They gather some statistics, and they push out the report called Discriminatory Laws and Practices and Acts of Violence Against Individuals Based on Their Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity. There's no definition of those terms in the report. No one tries to define them, okay? But the report was a type of bait and switch, because as they were talking about violence and discrimination in the report, it was all about new rights. And when I say new rights, I mean rights that you don't find in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What are you talking about? There's no same-sex marriage. If you're talking about the natural family, you don't get same-sex marriage in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Okay? That's just one concrete example. All right. The whole thing was about rights. And then they had their panel discussion. The panel discussion was obvious. The whole panel discussion was supporting special rights, and they were using all kinds of terminology that we saw in the mid-1990s in that gender studies syllabus. So you have the delegates there, the panel discussion, and then they're talking about homophobia, negative social attitudes. No one's defining any terms. They're just being riddled with these terms. Okay, what ends up happening is a number of states just signaled their opposition to any discussion of SOGI by just leaving the council chamber, okay? A number remained and voiced their opposition on cultural and religious grounds, or argued that SOGI was new. There was basically a new concept outside the framework of international human rights law. Some delegations argued that the concepts of SOGI had no foundation in human rights law, and how could it, based on the anthropology that I set out briefly there. They had not been sufficiently well defined, were not mentioned in any international human rights instruments. Remember that the Universal Declaration was supposed to be a common standard for humanity. You're offering a standard we can't agree on. We don't know what this means. It's not even defined. The Holy See, based on that, saw what was happening. Within 2 days, had held a parallel event, had 150 participants at that event, and which included representatives from 30 permanent missions to the UN in Geneva. There was a panel of experts, lively discussion, followed by responses and distribution of non-papers. The consensus reached by the panelists was that no human person should be subjected to violence and discrimination. Okay. First principle. However, what was needed was the implementation at the local level of existing international human rights. Remember, you shouldn't be tortured. You can't be killed. I mean, these are the things that are already there. And it refers to everyone. And then they made the argument that accepting SOGI would be a deterioration of the universality of human rights and pose a risk to time-honored and recognized protection of marriage between husband and wife, the natural family, freedom of conscience, and religion. Okay. Following that panel, the Human Rights Office issued a non-binding report called Born Free and Equal. Remember, Born Free and Equal comes from Article 1, but in Article 1, we have reference to reason and conscience. That's no longer there. We just talk about born free and equal. We also know that in that first Article 1, there's a reference to brotherhood, there's a reference to relationship and rights and duties. All we get is born free and equal, and that becomes the phrase. And in that report, it promoted 5 core obligations of states towards persons self-identifying as LGBT, which rendered the report less about the categories of non-discrimination and more about LGBT group rights per se, all right? In 2015, you had then the UN Human Rights Officer of High Commissioner in this report, the 2015 report, include talking about binary sex stereotypes and really starting to chip away at the foundation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is consistent, a part of it is consistent with Christian anthropology. It promoted comprehensive sexuality education as forming a part of the right to education, a term had not been accepted by the majority of states on the ground it could be used to sexualize children and introduce them to alternative lifestyles. Needless to say, in that report, many UN member states were concerned with the assertion and its assertions and its tenure, and that would conflict with the rights and duties of parents. In that report, the Holy See in particular was singled out for chastisement when it states, "The Committee on the Rights of the Child has criticized statements by the Holy See as contributing to the stigmatization of and violence against LGBT adolescents and children raised by same-sex couples." The Holy See responded, first of all, denied the claims and lamented that certain concluding observations in that report could provoke intolerance of and discrimination against members of the Catholic religion. All right. In 2016, the lobby efforts that I just described were rewarded with an independent expert on protection against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity as a legal mandate. We still do not have a definition on sexual orientation and gender identity. So you have a mandate set up regarding terms that have never been defined. Okay. That's extraordinary. So obviously, you have a number of states, and I'm just using it as an example. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, comprised of 57 member states, a collective population of 1.6 billion people from Africa, Asia, Europe, and South America. They battled this, and along with other countries as well. And essentially what ended up happening is that they combated it on procedural, and there are like 17 different votes that were taken. And once you have something within the Human Rights Council, it's got to go back to, and the Human Rights Council is based in Geneva, it's got to go back to New York, it's got to go back to the third committee in the General Assembly, and then the plenary. And so they closed it. They were successful with the Human Rights Council. They batted away all of the objections, and it went to the third committee. And what had never happened before was a reopening in the third committee of what happened with the Human Rights Council, and people were afraid that it would create a precedent. You battle this thing in the human rights, then you go to the third committee and you battle it again. And so they were unsuccessful in the third committee to get it stopped. And what were the bases that we were saying? They're not saying that the Human Rights Council cannot set up a mandate. They were saying you can't establish, you have no international legal basis of what this thing is. We don't know. We don't have it defined, sexual orientation. All right? In any event, they did appoint the expert, and the expert had 5 aims: decriminalization, depathologization, status recognition, cultural liberalization, and empathization through a human rights sensitive, educational, sociological process from childhood onwards on the basis that prevention is better than cure. That was his pitch. It contradicted the resolution that led to all of this in the first place, that had said in the preamble, which was negotiated specifically to protect historical, cultural, and religious backgrounds of countries, that the consideration of human rights is an objective and non-confrontational reality. Respect for relevant domestic debates in historical, culture, social, religious sensitivities, the deplorable use of external pressure. They knew that this was going to happen, so they did this preamble to try to shut down exactly what happened. And it wasn't good enough. Okay. When we go to the last challenge here, and I haven't developed this completely, and this is 2016, so we've got this independent expert, and then 2022, where we are now, what's on the website of the United Nations website and also in the World Economic Forum website are the terms diversity, inclusion, and equity. Now, Jordan Peterson, professor at Toronto, who basically came to the foreground when the Canadian government was forcing by law certain pronouns. He has got numerous videos and discussions ripping these things down. He finds that it's basic Marxism. He ties this whole thing, these three concepts, back to the genocides that we've seen in this century. And one of the things that he says of the three, the worst is equity, which also can be a synonym for some people for equality, because it's equality of outcome. And once you get to equality of outcome, you're getting into application of Marxism, taking people's property. And one of his comments is, you know, at the end of the day, we don't really know what diversity is. You've got billions of different diversities, different eyelashes, different eye colors, different hair color. How do we know what it is? It's just disability? What exactly is it? And then his argument is, and for what purpose? There's no statistics saying that if we have this, we're accepting all of this diversity, that it's actually to serve anything. And then inclusion, you're not really quite sure what inclusion is. Who's the group that's being included? And in all of this, it's not Catholics, I'll guarantee it. So this is the new frontier. This is what's happening right now. And the Holy See, I think, has done an admirable job in fighting this. But it's got to pick up the pace here. And I think this book can be helpful. So we did a book, Dr. Fastigi, Michael Vaca and I edited a book called Equality and Non-Discrimination, Catholic Roots, Current Challenges. We did the book because of this understanding, basically because of a conversation I had with a former expert on a committee on the rights of the child that said to me, Jane, we really don't need human rights. Everything can be reduced to equality and non-discrimination. And that's what's going to happen in the future. We're going to wipe it out. That's going to be the only discussion. That caused me a little concern. So we got together and we ran a conference and we did this book. And so what's interesting is that the Holy See is battling these clear ideologies that go against the Catholic faith. But diversity, inclusion, and equity kind of sound like Catholic concepts, right? So here's what you got. Like in this book, we've got Dr. Fastigi in talking about human equality and dignity. The Catholic Church affirms the equality of all human beings in terms of origin, dignity, and destiny. The Catechism of the Catholic Church explains the basis for this equality. Created in the image of the one God and equally endowed with rational souls, all men of the same nature, of the same origin, redeemed by the sacrifice of Christ, all are called to participate in the same divine beatitude, all therefore enjoy an equal equality, end quote. We also had an eminent canonist, Ernest Caparrós, bless his soul. He's passed away since. And he talks about in canon law, when you talk about unity and diversity, and through baptism and being in the people of God, and that it's a unity, image and likeness, but also in baptism, but it's different functions. And the expression is unity and diversity. So you can see, in my view when I look at this is a new way to try to loop, and I don't think that the Holy See really has picked up on this, because I don't see anybody analyzing this. It's deeply Marxist as well. And as Jordan Peterson says, the only time we're going to be equal is when everybody's graves is 6 foot deep. That's it. We've got too many differences. And inclusion is not the same as unity, but diversity. So when we have our theologians, and even Pope Francis, bless his soul, talking about diversity, equality, and unity, it's not, and those are the same words, or close to the same words that the people now are, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, and there's going to be a lot of confusion unless you work that out. And the only one I see that's actually getting to the heart and understanding the deeply Marxist roots to this and where it's bringing us is Jordan Peterson. I shouldn't have to go to Jordan Peterson. I like him. I think he was called up to do the job he's done. He's one of those people that our Lord is called up to do his job. So is Ben Shapiro. But the Holy See's got to get on this and be as good as it was before and give the Christian message, drop the definitions when you use these terms, and give us direction. Thank you very much.
We're going to take just I think a 5-minute break and then reconvene for our last talk of the evening before we have our special session with Dr. Robert George.
Okay, so now in this program, we're going to have a conversation with Robert George. And Robert George, on the program, we gave a link to his wiki page, and I have to say it's quite interesting. I'm just going to hit the highlights because we'd be here for 2 hours. But he's actually working right now at Princeton University. He's the 6th McCormick Professor of Jurisprudence and Director of the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institution at Princeton University. And he lectures on constitutional interpretation, civil liberties, philosophy of law, and political philosophy. He has a number of awards, which was quite interesting. Presidential Citizens Medal, Canterbury Medal, Irving Kristol Award, Philip Merrill Award, Bradley Price. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So, and he did studied his doctorate under John Finnis. So we're so happy to have you. It's such a great gift, and so I think given the whole conference and how we've spent in the last 3 days, we'd like to get into how Catholic intellectuals can contribute to the cause of moral reform and cultural renewal in our current circumstances in Western democracies. And so we know that some of the great institutions of culture in these societies have been completely captured by the forces of secular progressive ideology, forces that are deeply hostile to such principles as the sanctity of human life in all stages and conditions, and the dignity of marriage as the conjugal union of husband and wife. And so my first question is, so how are we going to engage, and do we engage, and if so, how?
Well, first, Jane, let me thank you very much for the invitation to be part of these proceedings. And I want to apologize for not being there in person. I really wish that I could be there with you in person, but I had other obligations. But it's great that you're having this conference, and you've got a wonderful group of people together. And again, thank you for letting me be part of it. When I was a young scholar, just starting out, Mary Ann Glendon, the great Mary Ann Glendon of Harvard Law School, became sort of my mentor and honorary godmother. I'd never actually studied with Mary Ann as a formal student, but she became a sort of guiding light for me. And she told me something that I think is relevant. She advised me in a way that I think is relevant to your question. So this was, gosh, nearly 40 years ago, but it's still relevant. She said, look, you're entering an area, academic life, that's very challenging and very difficult for devout Catholics, for Orthodox Catholics, believing Catholics, or for traditional religious believers, morally so-called conservative people of any stripe. Don't be daunted by it, but recognize that you will be held to higher standards. You're going to have to do better work. You're going to have to produce more of it. It's going to have to be published by the very best university presses, the most elite and highly regarded journals. And she said, I don't want to hear you complaining about that. I don't want to hear you complaining about the double standard. There is a double standard. It's not right. I don't want to hear you complaining about it. Just meet those standards. Just do more, do better. Make the best possible use of your time and your energy and your attention and your talents to do the best possible work. It's actually an advantage. You're going to be forced to do better work than people who are secular progressives. And I've tried to take that advice, and it's very much worked for me. Now, Mary Ann gave me some other advice that I did not take. She advised me to sort of lay low, keep my political views to myself, stay away from controversial moral issues while I was just starting out until I got tenure. And then she said, well, once you get tenure, you could hoist the Jolly Roger, come out of the closet, get involved in all the controversial stuff. No, I did not take that advice. I don't have the kind of personality that would enable me to keep my mouth shut about things that I think are important. So for better or worse, I I didn't take that advice, and I started right out of the starting blocks talking about the sanctity of human life, defending marriage as the conjugal union of husband and wife, traditional norms of sexual morality. And fortunately, despite that, everything went very well for me academically. I give the same advice to Catholic scholars, and especially younger Catholic and other scholars who defend traditional positions. Don't worry about the double standards. They are there. We should try to break them down when we can, but let's not complain about them. Let's do the best work we possibly can. Let's meet and exceed even those higher standards that apply to us. And let's try to make our ways penetrating the institutions that now very much are in control of secular progressivism. Also, my advice is don't stay in the closet. Let people know who you are and what you stand for right out of the starting blocks. Will you be subjected to possible prejudice? Yes. But I think it's better for you, better for your soul, will make you a better thinker, a better scholar, a sharper one, a more effective advocate of the things that we believe in if you don't hide, but rather say what you mean what you say, address even the toughest issues, and then defy them, defy those who would discriminate against you, to justify that discrimination in the light of day. So that's my advice on the individual level. More broadly, I think it's important that we attempt to establish infrastructure within the institutions currently controlled by secular progressivism. We don't seek a monopoly for ourselves, but we're never going to get that anyway, but we shouldn't seek that. We should seek fair terms of intercourse, fair terms of discussion and debate with those on the other side. But that means looking for opportunities to build infrastructure within elite institutions in which we can educate ourselves, educate our students, make our arguments, expose students who may not be on our side, at least at the beginning, to the reasons and arguments that have led us to where we are. The best example from my own experience of that is building the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions at Princeton. I founded the program in the year 2000, July 4th of 2000. We're now in our 23rd year. It has flourished. It is bigger and stronger and reaches more students and reaches out beyond our campus in ways we never have before. There are institutes modeled on the Madison program now across the country at Harvard and Johns Hopkins and the University of Chicago and the University of Pennsylvania and other places. Not all of them are in my particular field, constitutional law and jurisprudence, philosophy of law, moral and political philosophy. They reflect the areas of scholarly expertise of the leaders of those institutions. But they are there and they are flourishing and they are growing. I especially commend to you the model of Tyler Vanderweel's program in human flourishing at Harvard. Professor Tyler Vanderweel, Catholic convert, a very distinguished person in the social sciences, biostatistician, epidemiologist, has built a wonderful program there, modeled on the Madison program. Similarly, the Johns Hopkins program, called the Paul McHugh program, named for the great Catholic psychiatrist Paul McHugh at Johns Hopkins. Candace Vogler's program in moral philosophy at the University of Chicago. Jesus Fernandez Villabarde's program in economics at the University of Pennsylvania. All of these are oases within the elite academy, now basically the secular progressive academy, but oases in which we can make our arguments, make our case to students, contend on fair terms of debate with people on the other side. We also, of course, and I'll conclude with this comment, we also, of course, have to tend to our own gardens of the Catholic institutions, the Catholic schools at all levels, the Catholic universities. We know that they have largely, at least in the United States, been lost. They are themselves in the hands of the forces of secular progressivism. We need to rebuild the Catholic presence in those great, or at least once great, universities. And we need to make sure to hang on to those universities that have not been lost. So I think there is work to be done at all levels and in all types of institutions, in our own Catholic universities, in those that once were Catholic but are effectively no longer Catholic, and in the great non-sectarian universities, the Princetons and the Harvards and the University of Chicago's and the University of Pennsylvania's and the Stanfords. Back over to you, Jane.
So the thing that it comes to mind is this pursuit of excellence, what you've described right off the bat, is that Marianne Glendon, basically, it was a pursuit of excellence and for you to do. And I was recently in a setting in the Holy See, and I had been asked for documentation to do what I had to do, and the person interpreted that as control. You're trying to control the outcome. And I said, no, it's called the pursuit of excellence. And I was surprised that people don't even appreciate the pursuit of excellence. And so pursuit of excellence and going beyond and not worrying with the double standard. And I guess working within these institutions and doing what we can, some of these institutions we can't even get a seat at the conversational table. So what do we do when we're actually excluded? What can we do?
We have to fight our ways in and encourage our young men and women who aspire to careers in scholarship to fight their ways in. Get them the best educations we can get them, the best credentials that we can get them, help them, support them at every step of the way so that they can be competitive with those on the other side who are applying for those same positions, academic institutions. I think of so many of my own students who are doing such wonderful work now in the academy, super highly credentialed young men and women. The names will be familiar to some in the audience. Sharif Girgis, now at Notre Dame. Melissa Moskella at Catholic University of America. Ryan Anderson, now president of the Ethics and Public Policy Center. Jose Joel Alacia, who's also at Catholic University of America. And I've got my Jewish and Protestant students who are very largely aligned with us on the great moral issues of the day, who have been placed also in strategic places in the academy. My former student, Rabbi Meir Soloveitchik at Yeshiva, who's become the leading Jewish American public intellectual. Daniel Mark, another Orthodox Jewish student, who's now a powerful force for the Catholic identity of his university, Villanova, Orthodox Jewish young man, who is the most vocal supporter of the Catholic mission of Villanova University. Isn't that interesting? I have students from the evangelical side, Michael Watson, my wonderful former student, who's now at Calvin College, a very strategic and important place in the evangelical academic world. We need to be supporting these young people so that they can at least have a shot. Now, they're not all going to make it. There will be casualties in this war, by the way. There will be casualties. I cannot promise anybody that if you do it my way, you're not going to be victimized. I was rather blessed to be able to avoid, I've never been a victim. I've been able to succeed at every step of the way. Not everybody is going to be that fortunate, but there is no important battle in all of human history that has been won without casualties. But we need to support our young men and women, and those who are victimized need, of course, our very, very special support.
Okay, so we have, like Rod Dreyer that talks about the Benedict option and, this possibility of us creating these smaller communities. And I know, for example, there are some people in the church that when they first found out about Ave Maria School of Law, for example, they thought, well, this is a group of fringe, and they're anything they're doing out in Ave Maria University is against the Constitution, because there was some sort of discussion about not selling contraceptives. What do you have to say about this group or this idea of Benedict option?
Well, I've never been entirely clear about what exactly Rod Dreyer has in mind by the Benedict option. He says on the one hand that it's a temporary retreat, but on the other hand, he says it's not really a withdrawal from the world. It's not the model of going, to the monasteries and hiding the treasures of civilization and trying to wait out the dark ages. So I would encourage everyone to read his work on the Benedict option and see what they themselves make of it. I'm sure they're really good ideas. I think there are some good ideas in there. But I want to stress that we shouldn't retreat. If he says it's not a retreat, I'm sorry, he says it's a retreat, but I want to stress that it's not a withdrawal from the world. If it's not a withdrawal from the world, then it's fine with me. I don't want to withdraw from the world. I think we need to take the fight to the world. We need to take the gospel. We need to take what we know and believe and can defend into the world and go out there and do it. Now, here I know the idea of withdrawing to our own private institutions and not trying to have any impact on the world and imagining that if we do that, the forces on the other side will leave us alone. They will not leave us alone in our institution, whether it's Ave Maria or Franciscan University or Thomas Aquinas College. They will not simply leave us alone to cultivate our own gardens. They are coming for us. They want to impose their norms on our institutions. So that's just a bad strategy. I'm not saying it's Rod Dreher's strategy. Rod says that's not his strategy, and that's good. But if anybody's tempted to think that way, let's withdraw into an Ave Maria, let's withdraw into a Franciscan Steubenville. As wonderful as those institutions are, it's a bad idea. We've got to be making the argument in the public square and taking the argument to our friends on the other side. Now, by the way, Jane, let me stress this. In our own institutions, or where we have managed to create infrastructure and opportunities within existing elite institutions, it's terribly important that what we do genuinely be education, not indoctrination. The other side does a lot of indoctrination. We don't want to simply do that for our side, because indoctrination is not only not education, it's the very antithesis of education. There's a place for catechism class, but it's for relatively young children to learn the doctrines of the faith and so forth, what the faith teaches. There's no place for catechism class in universities, including Catholic colleges and universities. What we do mustn't be catechism class. It must be genuine education where all of the questions are raised, where the objections are considered in a serious and thoughtful and fair-minded way, where we engage with the other side on genuinely fair terms of cooperation and debate, where we're not trying to indoctrinate everybody. We should be showing a model of genuine education, non-indoctrinating education. We have no reason not to. I mean, again, if you look at just the strength of the arguments, not the prestige of the people making arguments or anything like that, just look at the actual strength of the rational arguments, even laying aside the special data of Scripture or revelation. Just look at the strength of arguments on behalf of the sanctity of human life, or on behalf of marriage, the conjugal union of husband and wife. They are overwhelming, actually. People don't think that today, but that has much more to do with the prestige of the people and institutions who support the other side. If you just look at the actual arguments, they are very powerful. All I think we should seek is the opportunity to present those actual arguments to our students and to our fellow citizens. That's good enough for me. That's fine.
Listen, let's talk a little bit about religious and cultural pluralism. How should Catholics in this circumstance think about the common good?
If I heard you correctly, you were asking me about pluralism and the common good?
Yep. So,
first, I think we need to recognize that we live in circumstances of cultural pluralism. That's the reality. Especially in the United States, but this is also true of Europe today. It's true of probably most of the world, at least most of the world that is interested in the conversation that we are having here today. In most of the world, there is no dominant religion. Most of the free world, in any event, there's no dominant religion. There are people of the Christian faith and the different traditions within the Christian faith, people of the Jewish faith increasingly here in the United States, for example, people of the Islamic faith. And we have to live together in circumstances of social peace and cooperation. And that's the baseline. So now we have to think, what is the common good? What are the principles of the common good? What are the elements of the common good for societies like ours? religiously pluralistic societies like ours, multi-ethnic, multiracial, and so forth? And that's an answerable question. There are principles that we can identify that serve the good of all in circumstances of cultural and religious pluralism. Those include respect, fundamentally, respect for religious freedom. What we're taught in the great Declaration on Religious Freedom, Dignitatis Humanae, of the Second Vatican Council. We cannot go wrong in allowing ourselves to be guided by the principles of Dignitatis Humanae, especially where we're trying to pursue the common good in circumstances of cultural pluralism. We can cooperate with people of a wide range of faiths, including on the important moral issues of our day. Some of our greatest allies in the fight for the sanctity of human life in all stages and conditions, for marriage as the conjugal union of husband and wife, are not Catholics. They are evangelical Protestants, they are Orthodox Jews, they are Muslims. We need to cultivate and build those relationships, work with people across the lines of historic theological division for the sake of the common good. For example, the common good of living in a society where the sanctity of human life is honored. The common good of living in a society where marriage is recognized and legally understood to be the conjugal union of husband and wife. A society in which religious liberty and the rights of conscience are respected. Those are all elements, aspects, intrinsic parts of the common good that can be pursued by people from different faiths working together, cooperating on the basis of a common understanding. And of course, here, the Catholic attention historically to the natural law, to the law written on the hearts of the Gentiles who don't have the law of reason, the moral law, is very helpful because we can do business in the currency of natural law, in the discourse of natural law, thereby avoiding conversations that would seem to exclude people who are with us on important moral questions and political questions, but don't share our Catholic faith.
So you participated in the book just recently on the, I believe it's a Cambridge book, Handbook on Natural Law and Human Rights. You did a chapter, and there was 32 other natural law theorists. It was published here in November. So, I mean, we've got this rich conversation happening, and I have to say it doesn't happen in Canada, which is one of the gifts of coming to the United States. But what about democracy, civil liberties, toleration? These big concepts, what do we do with these? And specifically now with democracy, it's almost like we have this new totalitarianism from specifically with respect to COVID. I mean, Piotr Mazurkiewicz, we did a conference in June, and he spoke about this. You can actually have a totalitarian democracy. Can you talk about that a bit?
Jane, I'm sorry, it's my fault because of this terrible background noise, but I had trouble hearing you.
Okay. Yeah, so I was wondering whether we could talk about democracy and civil liberties and toleration within this greater conversation about religious and cultural pluralism. But one of the things in particular that I'm concerned about is this democracy that's turning into a totalitarianism with this COVID-19 and Canada and Australia. And this was something that we raised in a conference in June. I wondered whether you had any thoughts about it, just the concept of democracy itself.
Well, I agree here with, of course, Pope John Paul the Great, Saint Pope John Paul II. 2 cheers for democracy, not 3. Democracy is a system. It's a human system. It is imperfect. It can be abused. It's a very good thing. I'm a supporter of democracy where the conditions of democracy make democracy possible, where the functioning of democracy can happen. I do think, as John Paul II taught, that it comports very well with the fundamental Judeo-Christian insight, the great biblical insight that All human beings are bearers of profound, inherent, and equal dignity. Democracy pays a certain respect to that principle of human equality. We all, as equals, participate in decisions about how best to order our lives together, how best to pursue our common good. I agree with all that. But as the Pope said, democracy can degenerate into a kind of totalitarianism when it is not morally ordered.
Yeah.
We all know that something can't be made morally right if it's morally wrong simply by a democratic vote.
Right.
If
Right.
we all vote for racial segregation, that doesn't make racial segregation morally right.
Right.
If the referendum comes out in favor of legal abortion, that doesn't make legal abortion morally correct. So democracy is not going to perfectly produce the right results. And it can be hijacked and manipulated. Classically, traditionally, the big worry about democracy was demagoguery. That demagogues would manipulate the people and lead them to make bad and fundamentally unjust decisions, to victimize some other people. It was Athenian democracy that murdered Socrates.
Right.
So I think we can, as Catholics, we're not absolutely required to be, of course, by the faith, but we can, following the leader here of John Paul II, be strong proponents of democracy, again, in circumstances in which the conditions of democracy's functioning are in place. We can be strong proponents of democracy, but never 3 cheers for it, only 2. And we always have to be wary, as we must be in any political system of any type, of the shortcomings and possible abuses and manipulation of the system. And in particular, when it comes to our current situation with the Western democracies, I think we have to be concerned about demagoguery. And not just demagoguery from the right. Today, in the broader discussion, when people raise the concern about demagoguery, they think about Donald Trump and they think about the demagoguery from the right. But there's a demagoguery from the left. And it's very powerful. It's very much present in our Western cultures. Some people think Donald Trump, and I've been a pretty tough critic of Donald Trump, but how can you not, if you think about demagoguery, think of Justin Trudeau?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
There's some real left-wing
There,
demagogue
yes.
from that character.
Yes.
So I think we Catholics have to be sane and sober about these things. Can be, and I myself am, and I think we should be supporters of democracy in places like the United States and Canada and Australia and Europe, but always with our own minds alert to the limitations and abuses that are possible, and especially to the problem of the dangers of demagoguery.
Okay. I wonder whether we can talk a little bit about the educational mission of the Church and Catholic schools, colleges, and universities, and maybe seminaries, and what the renewal is that's needed in your view as we go forward.
As I said earlier, a great many and many of the most important and famous and prestigious of our institutions, our Catholic institutions, have been lost. That's true not just of colleges and universities, which is what I was referring to mainly before, but also to some of the great private schools, the great private Catholic schools, and even some ordinary parochial schools. They have gone as woke and off the beaten path, off the trail of orthodoxy and anything, as have secular private and public schools and secular and state universities. We need to try to fight our way back into those institutions and return them to the faith. I mean, they are Catholic institutions. They were built by the blood, sweat, and tears of previous generations of faithful Catholics. We owe it to them, as well as to the Church, as well as to the truth, as well as to God himself, as well as to the common good, to try to fight for those institutions. There are whole departments, whole schools in which there's virtually no Catholic presence.
Because there's a school, there's a, like you mentioned a lot of the people working within great institutions, the programs within great institutions, but there's also people that talk about taking their kids out of the institutions with an increase in homeschooling. And although I'm a supporter of homeschooling, I know people have complained that if you empty the schools, you've got nothing left. And so for those that can't homeschool, do you have any comments on homeschooling per se?
Yeah, I'm favorable to homeschooling. I like homeschooling. The homeschooled students that I have had at Princeton have been just outstanding. The knock that you hear about homeschooling, that the kids aren't properly socialized, they don't understand how to work with other people and cooperate with other people, that's all nonsense, at least based on my experience. My homeschooling kids are perfectly sociable. They do great at Princeton. They get involved in all sorts of activities. They relate well to their peers. So I'm not buying any of that nonsense. So I encourage the homeschooling movement. On the other hand, I do want our schools, especially our Catholic schools, to flourish. I think with respect to any particular case, so any particular parent, the question has to be, what in the circumstances we're in right now, where we live or where we can live, what is the best option for my kid?
Okay.
Sometimes the answer to that question will be homeschooling.
Right.
Because of the kid, because of the circumstances, sometimes the answer is going to be homeschooling. Other times, the answer is going to be our parochial school. Sometimes the answer might be a classical school, one of the new classical schools, which I think are fantastic and are really producing great results. Sometimes that will be a non-Catholic, essentially evangelical or Protestant classical school. Some of those schools are great. And with at least in my experience, the leaders of those schools fully respect Catholic families and Catholic children and respect the Catholic faith of those families, and they don't try to convert the children away from Catholicism. So in many cases, you can safely send your child to a essentially Protestant classical school and still not worried that the Catholic faith will be lost to the child and to the family. We have a wonderful one here in Princeton. It's called the Wilberforce School. I'm not sure whether it's formally religious or only informally religious, but it is religious, whether formally or informally. And it's founded by and run by evangelical Christians. Catholic kids go there. Some of my own younger colleagues who have children in school send their kids to Wilberforce School here in Princeton, and the kids flourish. And there's no problem as far as their Catholic faith. They're not discriminated against. They're not let out of their Catholic faith or anything like that. So, in any particular case, Jane, mom and dad have got to decide what's best for my child, what's best for this particular child. Sometimes you'll be sending one kid to a school, and then one of the other children, you're going to be homeschooling.
Yeah.
It's because children are different, even in the same family.
Right.
Different children are different. They have different needs, strengths, abilities, vulnerabilities, and you got to take that into account. Now, unfortunately, Jane, there are some places where there just are not schools available that aren't going to indoctrinate your children.
Right.
There are not schools available that will actually educate your children. There, I don't see any alternative to homeschooling or getting together with some other families and creating a new school.
Right. Because one of the...
In some of those cases, probably many of those cases, I'll just finish up with this thought, Jane.
Yeah.
In many of those cases, there are probably not enough Catholic families in the community with small children to found a new school. But here I have absolutely no problem with getting together with families of other traditions of faith, say with our local evangelical families, our neighbors of the evangelical Christian, Protestant faith, and forming a school, right? It'll be a school that can respect both of the religious traditions or all of the religious traditions and genuinely educate the kids. But if you can't put that together and there is no other alternative for your kids, then you're going to have to homeschool them.
Okay. Listen, we've got so many of our own institutions that have already been captured by the secular and ideological progressive positions. And how did we get there? Was it just simply negligence in hiring our staff and our professors? I mean, what happened?
The best telling of the story that I know, Jane, is in the book by the late James Burchell, Father James Burchell of the University of Notre Dame. And the book is entitled "The Dying of the Light," recalling that line from the Dylan Thomas poem, I believe. "The Dying of the Light." And basically, it's inattention to, if I understand Burchell's story correctly, it's inattention to the need to maintain a solid majority of faithful people
Right.
on the faculty. That's it. Now, Burchell studies both the Catholic universities that have essentially secularized and the Protestant universities that have essentially secularized. And the story he tells, if I've understood him correctly, is the same in both. It's inattention to the need to ensure that there is a solid majority of faithful, in the case of Catholic institutions, Catholics, or in the case of Baptist institutions, Baptists, who maintain the ethos, the religious ethos of the university. It doesn't mean that every faculty member has to be a member of the faith. You can have a great Catholic university that's got Protestant and Jewish members of the faculty, but it needs to be Protestant and Jewish members of the faculty who value the Catholic identity of the place. And there are such people. I mentioned earlier my former student, Daniel Mark, who is such an important voice for the Catholic identity of his university at Villanova.
Right.
Notre Dame has had on its faculty some very distinguished Protestant and Jewish scholars who've made great contributions, but they were people who valued being at a Catholic university, who honored the Catholic mission of the university. But your real danger comes less from people who are not Catholic, who are brought in to teach at Catholic institutions. It comes from wayward Catholics, or Catholics in name only, or Catholics who've really gone off the path, who then are teachers at the university and who essentially become forces for the secularization of the university. We have seen this time and time and time again.
Is this the, we've almost come full circle into our conference. Is this what's happening with the Pontifical Academy for Life? Or, I mean, do we have, what has happened here? I mean, we used to have this Academy for Life, and yes, I understand that we reach out to different people, but it was always seemingly a group of people that understood basic propositions of natural law, even though they were from different religious backgrounds and cultures, and that what they were doing was writing and considering, but also in accordance with the Christian vision. What has happened to that institution?
I am absolutely baffled. I have no explanation for it. It seems to me that if you're a Pontifical Academy for Life, what you're doing is trying more deeply to understand the principle of the sanctity of human life, the principle of the profound inherent and equal dignity of every member of the human family. It's a child made in the very image and likeness of the divine creator and ruler of all that is. That's your job, to be deepening our understanding of that principle, and then to be effectively defending that principle to the world. That's what the Pontifical Academy of Life, it seems to me, should be all about. I can't think of any other reason to have a Pontifical Academy of Life. If that's not the reason, can somebody please explain to me what it is? Now, does that mean it's got to be all Catholic scholars or Catholic thinkers or Catholic activists? No.
Yeah, I understand that.
Wonderful, pro-life, deeply, profoundly pro-life, learned, non-Catholic people who would love to be members of the Pontifical Academy of Life. Some of the most enormous distinction. Think of the great Rabbi David Novak of the University of Toronto. Great, profound thinker, wonderful pro-life witness. Gosh, does he belong in the Academy of Life? Absolutely. We should be breaking through the walls to get a guy like Rabbi Novak onto the Academy. And of course, there are great Protestants who are with us on this issue as well and have so much to contribute. Great scientists, for example, sociologists, historians.
has the academy been captured, or is it being captured, or does it have an agenda that we don't know about or we're picking up on now?
Well, all I know is what I read. I was going to say in the papers, but I don't actually read papers anymore. I read papers online, so I'm just reading what you're reading. And again, Jane, I read them and I'm baffled because I can't figure out why you have someone who stands precisely opposed to the principle of the sanctity of human life, who adopts some sort of utilitarian or radical individualist or radical feminist perspective that is opposed to the sanctity of human life, and you put those people on the commission. It just doesn't make any. I just don't get it.
How do you
now,
not?
there are other circumstances.
I know you're supposed to.
There are other circumstances in which I think it's great to have people with competing points of view and discuss. So, I've been in discussions with my colleague Peter Singer, who, of all the people in the world, probably is furthest from me, at least in the academic world, furthest from me on sanctity of human life issues. I want that conversation to occur, but that conversation should occur at, say, Princeton University.
Yeah.
Or for that matter, at the University of Notre Dame. I don't mind. In fact, I think it's good for Notre Dame to have meetings where they bring in people from the outside who don't share our moral perspective and have them debate us and we'll let the best side win, But the Pontifical Academy of Life is not that, if I'm understanding it correctly. The Pontifical Academy of Life, again, exists. Its only justification for existing, the only justification there could possibly be, is to deepen our understanding of the principle of the sanctity of life and defend that principle more effectively as possible to the world. So why on earth would you have people who undermine the sanctity of life principle represented on a commission, as opposed to bringing in people from different faiths and different disciplinary perspectives, sociology, history, the sciences, who are going to pursue the mission of the entity by deepening our understanding and enhancing our defense of the sanctity of human life.
Okay, so this is my last question. Knowing that, and how does one not get angry? Because, you've got to stay rational in order to charity and with fraternity, but when you see these things happening, they provoke not only confusion, but anger. And how are you supposed to think about this in order to stay rational and to be able to communicate with truth and charity?
Well, of course, truth is what we're after, and we pursue the truth in love. So that's truth and charity, right? We pursue the truth in love. We don't hate anybody. If we find ourselves motivated by anger to start hating people, we've got to find a way to tone that anger down, because hating is out of bounds. Jesus is clear about this. We hate the sin. That's true. Yeah, we hate the sin, but we love the sinner. Now, it seems to me that in the face of these inexplicable developments, these baffling developments in the Pontifical Academy for Life and in other areas, our job is to be asking questions. Okay. And saying, why? What's the justification for this? Now, so far, the very small number of attempts at justification that I've been hearing have been really not satisfactory. Yeah. Nobody's been able to come up with an account of why you would appoint some of the people who have been appointed to the Pontifical Academy for Life. But I think we need to keep asking those questions.
It can't always be this general, it's just dialogue. That is completely unpersuasive, and you haven't defined what that term means, but that is always the constant mantra. Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue.
Yeah, well, there's a place for dialogue, and there's a place for debate and discussion. Universities are great places for that. Princeton, Notre Dame, as I said before. I don't have any problem with Catholic universities bringing in people to debate. People like me. Right. From the prohibition side, that's fine with me. They can do that. I want our Catholic students to hear the best that's to be said on the competing sides of the questions.
But that's
not the mission of the Pontifical Academy of Life. That's not, the Pontifical Academy is not a university. Gotcha. It's a Pontifical Academy. Right. It begins from a set of truths, and then it says, how do we deepen our understanding of these truths? How do we more effectively defend these truths? So it's what philosophers call a category mistake, I suppose. The Pontifical Academy is being treated in the wrong category.
Right, right, right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to add? We're just so glad that you're here with us and you're able to make the time. And, anything else you'd like to guide or give us in terms of guidance as we go forward?
Well, Pope John Paul II, of course, was a great hero of mine and a great witness to the Catholic faith and to the natural law and to the common good. And he never tired of quoting Jesus, and especially Jesus's words, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Fear not. Don't be afraid." I recently noted on my one of my social media accounts that phrase "Do not be afraid" appears in the Bible. I think I said that it appears 130 times or something like that, and I was deluged with criticism saying, no, that's an underestimate. It actually appears in the Bible 365 times or more. So I don't want to get into that. I probably shouldn't be venturing into biblical scholarship. It's not my area. But the message is clear. The message of the Bible is clear. The message of the gospel is clear. Jesus's message is clear. Do not be afraid, no matter how daunting the situation seems. And it seems very daunting right now. There's no question. Great institutions of the intellectual life, the great institutions of culture are entirely in the hands of, under the control of secular progressive forces who are not tolerant of Catholic witness, who are not tolerant of dissent from their dogmas and ideological beliefs. But we can't allow ourselves to be intimidated by that. We can't allow ourselves to be bullied. We can't allow ourselves to be cowering in the corner or just looking to each other for mutual support. Right. We've got to be taking the argument to the other side, fighting in the public square, bearing the burdens, taking the risks. And as I say, there will be casualties. I can't give you a guarantee you won't be a victim if you speak out boldly. For these principles that are so unpopular with our cultural elites today. And yet we have to do it and not be afraid. In the gospel last Sunday, if I'm recalling correctly, we had Jesus telling us who the greatest of the prophets was. There's not a man born of woman greater than who? John the Baptist. What did John the Baptist specialize in? What did he do? It was speaking truth to power, the voice crying in the wilderness, the guy willing to say the unpopular stuff, the stuff that would get him into trouble, eventually bring martyrdom to him. And what was the thing? Hey, Jane, how about this? What was the thing that finally ended up being the reason for John's martyrdom? What did he speak out about?
Adultery, wasn't it?
Marriage. It was marriage. It was in defense of marriage against the king's unlawful marriage. He could have taken the position, well, it's private matter. You know, who the king marries or doesn't marry is private matter. But he spoke boldly at the cost of martyrdom for the sanctity of for the sanctity of marriage, as the scripture itself articulated it. And we need to take John the Baptist as our model. Since Jesus tells us no man born of woman greater than he is, there should be our model, right? We should try to be like the greatest man ever born of woman. So let's be bold. Let's be unafraid. Let's not allow ourselves to be intimidated. Let's stand up to the bullies. Go out there and speak truth to power. Let it be said of us. Let it be said of us, whether we win or lose, no matter what happens, that we were bold truth seekers and courageous truth speakers.
Oh, nice. That's a beautiful way to end it. Thank you so much, Robbie. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you.
Okay, so let's just take about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to end the conference with Sullens. Okay. Father Sullens. No, 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 no. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Paul, so our next speaker and our final speaker of this whole event is Father Paul Sullins. And so he's a retired professor in sociology at the Catholic University of America, but he still does research work for them. He's a senior research associate at the Ruth Institute. He's always done research, from what I can tell, on very delicate subjects, research on same-sex parenting and its implications for child development. He did a chapter in the book called Clerical Sexual Misconduct and Interdisciplinary Analysis. He did 2 chapters, one that dealt with some statistics on priests that self-identify as homosexual, and then correlated that with the John Jay studies and statistics, and found a correlation between increases in the sexual abuse of male victims. And we know that those male victims are adolescents. We're talking about adolescents. And then he did another one from the study of 2000 onward, and made some conclusions about that. And then I saw him do an interview about these matters. And you know, when his articles get published, it can be pretty aggressive. And I have to say that I saw an interview with him, and he handled all of the questions with such a charity and truth that I was very appreciative of his work in this difficult area. So, Paul, you have the floor now. If you want to, the PDF, I believe, is up, and you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. How much time do I have, Jane?
You're supposed to have between 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to shoot to finish my presentation in 20 minutes. Can you see the slideshow? The first slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, fantastic. So I'm talking about the social science evidence that confirms the church's teaching with regard to contraception and same-sex marriage. I'm not going to talk much about abortion today because it seems not so much on the menu, but it's related. I'm going to be presenting a lot of material in a rather rapid fashion. And so if you miss it, or some of it, or if you would like to get a copy of this presentation and all the sources that I cite, I'll be happy to send those to you. You just send me an email at one of these addresses that's on your screen right now. Well, it seems to me the premise or the background context of this conference is whether or not things that the church has previously declared intrinsically evil can be reformed or rethought in some way. Paul VI said that would be an instance of depraved moral relativism that would clearly endanger the church's entire doctrinal heritage. But as I looked a little bit over this theological ethics for life, I don't find the same caution expressed there. I could be wrong, but I put forth this statement: theological and scientific reflection must go beyond what is already known to be able to address the changing times in which we are immersed. And I think that's from Archbishop Paglia's introduction. So I want to take that as my touch point. I'm going to present some scientific reflection that goes beyond what is already known to see how we can best address these changing times. Well, just to give you some background about how I think about these things, I think about contraception, abortion, and homosexual relations as closely related. I call it the CAH complex. There's a fourth behavior that comes in there too that I'm not going to talk about today. You can probably guess what that is. These three behaviors together form a set of strategies that try to reduce the unpredictability of life related to the fertility of women's bodies. And they do this mostly by doing away with children. As any young parent will tell you, children complicate life in the rationalized systems of education, labor, consumption. And so people try to make their lives simpler that way. Young women aspire for a life that's not going to be quite so complicated and difficult. And so all of these strategies do away with children. If practiced consistently, contraception followed by abortion would result in a family with no children. Homosexual relations, if practiced consistently, would result in a society with no children. So I'm not saying that everybody practices such things consistently, but they tend toward that end, doing away with these little guys and ending up with a world that's centered in the office, centered in capitalist production with only adults in it. As a matter of fact, empirical fact, opposite sex couples always can conceive children, and most of them do. In the US, 90% of heterosexual married couples produce children at some point. On the other hand, same-sex couples can never conceive children, and most do not have children with them. Only about 15, 16% of same-sex couples have children. Lesbians are far more likely to do so than gay males. So the structure of these two kinds of relationship are very different with respect to children. The church affirms that children have a claim to their own mother and father. This is from Donum Vitae. Every child has the fundamental right to be the fruit of the specific act of the conjugal love of his parents, and goes on and later and refers to the child's own joint biological parents. So we're not just talking about a distinction between heterosexual and homosexual. We're talking about a distinction between joint biological parents, which is what the church affirms, and all other family arrangements that move away from that, some more and some less. And the prediction from this would be that these contexts are less amenable to children than the joint biological parents. Well, does social science research bear this out? The answer is emphatically yes. Now, this is a statement 20 years old that summarizes the research to that date. And it says, research clearly demonstrates that family structure matters. And what is the best context for children is a family headed by two biological parents in a low conflict marriage. Well, it couldn't be a clearer statement affirming what the church has proclaiming here. Children in all these other family forms face higher risks of poor outcomes than do children in intact families headed by two biological parents. You're not likely to see such a statement today, and I'll get to why that is in just a minute. It's still true. Here is a report from the Centers for Disease Control in the United States, which compares family forms. This is a comparison of a measure of child emotional problems, serious emotional problems. About 3% of children in what they call the nuclear family have serious emotional problems. This term nuclear is a CDC favorite. It really refers to two married parents with their own biological children. Has nothing to do with nuclear power or anything like that. And then it compares them to these other family forms: single parents, unmarried biological parents, blended families, cohabiting couples, another couple of vestigial categories there. They're all worse than two parents with their own children. That is a beneficial arrangement. It follows that same-sex couples can't fulfill what's best for children. Well, I should go back. You notice on this slide, the only other family forms are other heterosexual family forms. So as of 2010, when this was published, they were not included. There's a reason for that. Same-sex parents, the church claims, cannot fulfill what's best for children because of the lack of complementarity in them. Pope Francis has confirmed this in a number of statements. Here's one from an address he gave that says, children's identity matures being confronted with the love their mother and father have, confronted with this difference. So complementarity is at the root of this. Well, this is why the CDC doesn't publish more findings in this series on family structure. I took the same data that was reported in that earlier study, extended it through 2013, and separated out not only the other heterosexual family forms, but also the same-sex parents. So these are, the unit of analysis here is children, not families. So this tells us that 4.9% of children with two married biological parents manifest emotional problems. Now, this is a little different than the prior measure because it's a little more precise. I adjusted these for some confounders: child's sex, age, and race, and the parent education and income. So it equalizes those differences across these all these family forms. So it gives us a clear picture of the effect of the family form itself, and not the contingent fact that maybe children with two married biological parents tend to be in wealthier families or tend to be of a different race, and so on. Here's direct evidence that children with same-sex couples have far higher rates of emotional problems on this measure. This is using the National Health Interview Survey of the United States, which is the largest and I would say the best public health survey in the world. Started in the 1950s, takes 10 to 12,000 children a year, samples them from the US population, and reports on their conditions and their family situations. So you get a number of cases by adding together multiple years, and you can get enough cases to look at all these differences. This extends the data through 2018. By this time, now we have same-sex married folks. Before the Obergefell decision, same-sex married couples were not acknowledged in the National Health Interview Survey by law because they were not considered legally married. After that time, they went back and recoded and added in same-sex married folk. Well, this tells us two things. So here I'm comparing man, woman, intact married parents with same-sex cohabiting parents, and then same-sex married parents. This tells us two things. One, it's still true that the same-sex parents, the child outcomes with same-sex parents, I should say, are far worse still. And not only on the measure of emotional problems, but on a number of other measures. But it also shows us that if the same-sex parents are married, the outcomes are worse than if they're only cohabiting same-sex parents. This is a fact that I have found in several data sets and reported on. People often don't believe this to be true, but in fact, if the same-sex parents are married, outcomes are generally, not always, but generally worse. Here's a measure of attention deficit disorder, much higher in children with same-sex parents, and higher with married than cohabiting. Retained a grade in school. Well, this is a pretty objective measure. It's not a parent report. It's just a measure of how well they're progressing in school. It's taken as a general measure of academic achievement, maybe intelligence. And you can see that children with same-sex parents are 2 to 3 times as likely to be retained a grade in school, a little higher with married. They asked the question, was your child ever prescribed medication for emotional or behavioral difficulties? This is considered a more specific, maybe a more precise question than the measures of emotional problems. And you can see that it confirms that it's about 2 to 3 times as high with same-sex parents. Did your child see a doctor in the past year for an emotional or behavioral problem? Same pattern of answers. There are measures of learning disabilities, same thing. Is your child in special education? There are 3 questions that go together to measure that, same thing. So empirically, we would have to say that what the church claims turns out to be true as far as we know when we look at kind of objective data. Now here I updated it to 2020. The most recent data we have. This is a little bit different. This is a comparative measure. Children in nuclear families or with intact married opposite sex parents are assigned a 1.0 as a reference. And then this shows how much higher the risk is with all these other family forms. And you can see that it goes right on up. And then with with same-sex married parents and 5 times the risk of emotional problems with those kinds of parents. It's a familiar pattern by now. Well, all of this has nothing to do really with the qualities, the parenting behaviors, the level of love given by same-sex parents as opposed to opposite-sex parents. The mechanism that explains these differences is this: whether or not the child is with their biological parents or not. So in this chart, I show the difference across all kinds of families. For children who live with both biological parents, that turns out to be very similar to children in nuclear families, because in the nuclear families, almost all children are with both of their biological parents. If there's only one biological parent, so this would be step families, post-divorce blended families, single parent families, the rate of serious emotional problems doubles, a little bit more than doubles. And then if there are no biological parents in the family, it doubles again. So it's clear that the presence or absence of joint biological parents for that child makes a huge difference as you move away from that. Now, how many same-sex parent families are in this most favored category? And the answer has to be none. And so the reason that same-sex parents tend to have children with far worse outcomes is because they're in only one of these 2 categories. Many of them are in this category, but for a lot of children with same-sex parents, there are no biological parents in a natural sense in their family system. Well, let's take a look at contraception. Does contraception harm children? Actually, it does. And so if we're thinking about in some way justifying contraceptive use in a way that involves the consequences or contexts in which that's used, then we have to consider all of the consequences. And I haven't seen anything that's considered the consequences for children and for fertility in a way of the use of contraception. But in fact, contraceptive use, leads inevitably to the conception of children by couples who do not want to have that child. And this occurs because of 2 kind of well-known mechanisms, which are not talked about often, but which are quite powerful. The first of these is that no contraception can prevent pregnancy perfectly. Every contraceptive attempt has a certain rate of failure to it, except for one, and that's abstinence. This is information from the American Pregnancy Association, which I like because it tends to be objective. It doesn't have a axe to grind usually. So they're telling young ladies, the only way to really be sure not to have a child is abstinence. Well, if you use oral contraceptives, the pill has a failure rate of an average use of 9%. This means that 9% of women measured on surveys and population data after using the pill for a year become pregnant. Relying on male condoms, 18% become pregnant. Now that's bad enough, but these are additive risks. So if she's on oral contraceptives for 4 years, over 1/3 of women who do that will become pregnant. By 6 years, half of women who use the pill are going to become pregnant. Only 3 years if they're using condoms. So these are not reliable methods. Oops, skipped one. So the other mechanism is moral hazard, or what it's called by public health authorities, risk compensation. And this is the fact that when people can reduce the risk of sexual activity that's outside of marriage or other constraints, that such activity increases. And the increase in the activity overwhelms the ability of the contraception to prevent births. So here we have the percent of pregnancies that were unintended in the United States prior to the introduction of the pill. For the century before that, that hovered between 15 and 20%. In 1955, it was measured as 13%. In 1960, you had the introduction of the birth control pill, and the rate of unintended pregnancies more than doubled. By 1964, it was 32% of pregnancies were unintended at the time of conception. And then with the introduction of abortion in the Roe v. Wade decision, over half of pregnancies became unintended. People had a lot more risky sex, figuring that they would be protected by abortion or by contraception. And in fact, what happened was that many more unintended children were born. Now, we had fewer children overall, but a higher proportion of the children that we did have were unintended. And that general rate of about half of children who are conceived in the United States are unintended has been continued up to the present time. Well, I have other evidence from HIV infections. I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. It is true that children who are unintended tend to have far poorer outcomes than those that are intended. So the effect of loosening restrictions on contraception for people in certain situations will lead inevitably to the conception and hopefully the birth of children who are in less than optimal outcomes and who complicate the lives of those people. And the children are put in a situation that is not envisioned for their good by Catholic teaching. Remember that the interests of the child should be the primary consideration in all of these things. That's lost completely in doing away with contraception in some circumstances. Well, there's one more point that I want to make, and we should look at also the global social circumstances using contraception, because what contraception does is to bring death to a national population at some point or another. And here you can see this is a chart of the children per woman, also called the total fertility rate, on this line. And then on this axis, we have the prevalence of contraceptive use. And you can see very clearly that the higher the percentage of women who use contraception, the lower the number of children per woman. Now this chart is all married women, is data from the World Bank, but you can see this is a very strong effect right here. This line here is a replacement fertility, and you can see now that we have a number of countries in the world that are below replacement fertility due to, or at least associated with, high contraceptive prevalence. Now, all the countries are in here, but it's hard to see on this chart. Here, I've broken out simply Africa and Europe, and you can see every country in Africa is above replacement fertility. A number of them have very low contraceptive prevalence and a high number of births. Every country in Europe is below replacement fertility, and most of them have very high contraceptive prevalence, very low birth rate. There is an exception here. So it's possible to have, as in Montenegro, low contraceptive prevalence and low births, but there are no exceptions up here. So you have no country that has high contraceptive prevalence and a high number of children per woman. So at a population level, women tend to use contraception not just to space pregnancies, but to reduce pregnancies overall. This chart breaks it out by the income level of the country. And you can see that all of the upper, middle, and high income countries are below replacement fertility. The low income countries are above replacement fertility. So what is happening is the conflict between the means of production in a capitalist sense and the means of reproduction. It's the commodification of children and the choice of other commodities instead of children in the lives of the people in those countries. The low-income countries have reduced their birth rate in the past couple of decades, but middle income, high income have not budged at all. So the world is moving toward lower fertility because of the attraction of high income, high wealth, but there's no movement in the other direction at all. So we're trading children for wealth. Well, this is a measure of the decline of population in the United States, which I'm going to skip in the interest of time. Pope Francis identifies this trend. He says, our houses are filled with things, but empty of children. It says it all right there in a nutshell. He talks eloquently about consumerism, but not so much does he connect that with the decline of population. But in fact, the use of contraception is a way of becoming a consumer of sexual experience that distorts what sex is really for, which is to reproduce the population. And so it is a virus that attacks faith at its roots because it leads us to forget about God, just like going and trying to buy too many things. It is part and parcel of that same sort of complex of negative ideas. Contraceptive use enables sexual consumerism. Men and women consume each other's body for pleasure, and children are the losers. And world population, if we don't wake up, I guess, will also be the losers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Paul. I'm exhausted. I don't, do we want to do questions? What do you think? Anybody have a question for Paul? Paul, it's not because we're not interested.
No, I know it's
that.
Pushing 8 o'clock on Saturday night. I don't blame you for being exhausted. I would say that if someone wants to email me a question, I'd be happy to address that and also send you a copy of this presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Paul. I really enjoy your work. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jane.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's it, people.